Hey, what's going on? Y'all come in, come in, come in. Please and thank you. Y'all come in, hit the like button. Forgive me, I started the live, y'all, and I had to run to the little girl's room. As soon as I hit the button, I was like, well, I guess I'm drinking too much water, or maybe I'm drinking just the right amount of water, but I had to run. So I am back. We getting ready to get into this show. Some things went on tonight. I know y'all got something to say. I got plenty to say. So make sure y'all hit the like button. Put your like number in the chat. Let's get ready to dig into these heifers because, baby, the agenda has been exposed. You heard what I said. The agenda has been exposed. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Y'all come on in, hit the like button. Put your like number in the chat. Yes, yes, yes. Get in here, get in here. Please remember to hit the engagement button on your bottom right-hand side. I sure appreciate it if you would. Send those bubbles up. The circle with the emoji, send the bubbles up as many as you like. Let them people know we in here, we engaged, we locked in. And honey, let's talk about it. The agenda has been exposed. Period, point blank. I'm going to just go on record of saying so. The agenda has been exposed. And in the words of my precious Brandon Martin, Gordon is not the father. Okay? So y'all come on in. Let me greet who's in the room and let's get into this show. Y'all know what's up. If this is your first time on the porch, please make sure that you let us know it's your first time, or at least put FTL for first time live. So we will know this is your first time here with us so we can greet you properly. How y'all doing? How y'all is? How y'all be? Let's get into it. Lord have mercy. Everybody ready to talk about these jokers tonight. Miss Sparkle is in the house. Thank you for being number 5. The beautiful Bianca Edwards is here. Hey, boo. Debbie Garcia is here, and she's like number 7, so it is legal to talk housewives. We got a Deb in the chat. Callie is in the house. Hey, boo. Happy Sunday. She's number 8. I thank you. Tia Balla is here. What up, sis? Hey, pretty girl. All right. She's like number 10. I appreciate it. Miss Thelma's holding us down at number 12. Thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate you. Krista Jones is 12. All right. Somebody hit it at the same time. Dana Brown is 13. I love it. I love it. Glad to see you guys. All right. Kiko is here. Thank you for being number 14. Auntie Eva, we glad you made it and glad that you are number 17. Y'all come in, hit the button. Y'all know what time it is. The beautiful Bianca is reminding you, and so am I. Catherine Bennett. Hey, boo. You beyond ready. Well, baby, it's the end of this season. The only thing we got left to suffer through is the reunion. And it looks like there may be more action in the reunion than we had all season. They waited till the last episode of this season to give us some action on this screen. And so we're here, dearly beloved. We're gathered here today to tear into this foolishness that they gave us. Hey, Magaline, how you doing? Nacho Twins mama, thank you so much for being number 17. It's my sis, Queena. What up, boo? You 17 too? You and Magaline and Nacho Twins mama, all y'all hit it at the same time. That's what's up. Thank y'all so much for being here. So look, we got to get into this thing. I'm trying to go as quick as I can. Angie girl is in the house. Hey, boo. Glad you made it. KK up in here at 21. Thank you, Miss Weedy Pooh. We glad you here. Y'all, please remember to put your like number in the chat. Remember to like this video. We got our girl Dialogue Sisters at 24. Angie girl is 26. I thank you. So listen, I'm going to ask y'all forgiveness in advance. I may not go through all the likes. I'm going to do my best. But we got a lot to cover tonight. Conspiracy has been exposed. Yes, it has. God's anointed daughter is number 30. All right. Thank you so much for being here, Tracy Lashley. I appreciate you for being 31. No, you can't get your hour back. Ain't no backsies, girl. I can't get mine. You can't get yours. Hey, DV. Trina Taylor, thank you for being 35. DV. Okay. So look, I'm going to do my best. Hey, my Jenna Harris. How you doing? Hey, Vita. Hey, Vet. Thank you for being like number 38, Jenna. So look, this episode, y'all say what you want to say. There was an agenda exposed tonight. There was an agenda exposed tonight. Hey, Nene Ashley, how are you, gorgeous? Good to see you. Cloud9, I love your name. That's one of my favorite songs from the Temptations. Cloud9, you can be what you want to be. Thank you for being number 41, because you could be whatever you want to be on Cloud9. Okay, Jim Bunny, thank you for being 19. Jim Bunny 1984. I'm about to thank you for being 1984. That's how quick my mind is running. I'm all over the place. Shanny, thank you for being 21. So look, I'm gonna do my best to greet folks, but we got to get into this mess because I saw it, and I'm gonna make sure that y'all see where I'm coming from. I don't want you to think I'm just accusing these people. Hey, Belize and JB, thank you for being 50. But no, we ain't letting them get away with this. We calling it out tonight. There was a conspiracy. I saw it, and we're gonna talk about it. Hey, Tammy Carter, what up, sis? The Divine Miss M, yes, happy Palm Sunday. Happy Palm Sunday. The beautiful and gorgeous Nisi Rose is in the chat. That's my sis from Classy Canada. All right, Miss Gardner, thank you for being here. Barbara Parker, thank you. 57 for Barbara, for Miss Gardner, and 38 for Barbara. Thank you so much. Nisi, thank you for being 57. So look, I can't keep going because I'm going to get lost. Okay. Hey, Cheryl Thomas Hughes. Hey, DS. Hey, Lovable Lisa. Hey, Bertha Miller. All right. So look, I can't highlight everybody, but I'm going to do my best. Seanitra Howell, how you doing? Thank you for being 64. Remember, if it's your first time here, make sure that you put FTL for first time live in the chat so we can welcome you. What's up, LEL? If y'all see somebody that you've not seen or you see FTL, y'all please make sure you spend welcome. Ground rules and housekeeping before we get crunk. What's up, Lady T? We keep all the comments about the people that's on the screen, not about each other. Okay, no personal attacks of any kind. If we don't agree, we're gonna have to agree to disagree respectfully. Tongue and teeth fall out. Kin folks don't. So y'all know that's what it is. Miss Kaiser so say, hey, boo, thank you for being 77. What's up, Golden Life? We love you. We do. So look, we're going to get on into this chat. If I miss somebody, I know it's not intentional. Don't y'all miss them. Make sure you greet everybody. Hey, G Mom 4. It was good to me. I'm going to tell you that. This episode, in my opinion, was good to me because it exposed an agenda. I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to prove my case as I go through the notes because y'all know if anybody got notes, your girl got notes. Am I right or am I right? Y'all know I keep some notes, okay? So, quite frankly, hey, Born to Be Wild. Hey, Delightful by Design. I'm just gonna tell y'all straight up. There was a conspiracy is there. They've been exposed. I will prove my case once we get into the notes. There was a concerted effort. There was a conspiracy. I absolutely believe there was an agenda for Candice to be physically attacked and for them to blame it on her mouth. And they're all, throwing Mushu, the dragon, under the bus because it did not go the way she planned for it to go. And she caused physical damage to Kierna by hitting her in the face with a glass. I was thinking she hit her with a shoe. She hit her with a glass because basically she wanted her to get out of the way so that she could physically attack Candice. And I'm sorry, but that's pathetic and piss poor. Piss poor and pathetic. Jenny Patterson, thank you for being 89. But I'm going to prove my point because that's what I do. Hey, Alfreda. Hey, Jai Star. Yeah, I'm going to prove the point. But there was an effort. There was absolutely an agenda. They were all aware of it. All of them were aware of it. The only one, well, actually, yeah, they were all aware of it. I want to say the only one I would think may not have known would have been, hey, Miriam Sanfleur. She says, I agree. I saw it too. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Apple Charm, thank you for being 96. The only one I would say did not know was Nantucket, and that's because, she want to be down, but she not really down. So I don't think they included her or told her what was happening. She was just there. I think Big Reese might not have been a part of it. Or she may have. Kenya 330, thank you for being 97. Matter of fact, now that I think of it, I think Big Reese was absolutely a part of it, just maybe not to the extent as the others. All right. Callie, thank you for the super chat. She says, what fight did Sharice Her toe is not the only thing broken. I know that's right. 2, thank you, Wendy, for airing out Ashley. Exactly. 3, Mia has been lying about her marriage since day one. G laid her out. Baby, like a corpse. Had her looking just like herself. Okay? A vixen forever. Hey, boo. Yes, I'm telling you. I saw it. I was like, y'all have exposed yourselves. You all are exposed, honey. Hey, DM Rock, say kudos to Mia and Necrosis calling out Ashley. Mia, I still think Mia was part of it. Mia just know how to pivot and, change her lives fast. Angie Girl said, I'm still trying to figure out Mia being a garden tool is a storyline. Child. Somebody cue up Houdini, I'm a hoe. Okay? Kiko, what you say, boo? Say, I agree. I saw the writing on the wall to hurt Candice. They had an agenda. They had an agenda to physically attack that girl. They had an agenda to physically attack that girl, and it did not play out the way they thought. And now egg is on their face, and they're all throwing Mushu the Dragon under the bus. Barbara says, I haven't watched not one episode this season. I appreciate all of you for the struggle. Well, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Catherine say, out and out lying on that girl. When we saw the footage, we need to call that Cal to the carpet. Oh, yes. I can see he's pure trash. Pure trash. Hey, DT, happy Palm Sunday. Use number 91. All right. Okay, DT say hit that like button and help me get up in that algorithm. Now like this video. Yes. I don't, to Karen's party? I don't know about Karen's party, baby. Mia, you think Mia's an MVP? Really? I mean, that's a take. That's one way to see it. Hey, it's Tish. Child, hit the like button. She's very two-faced with her because she absolutely tried to make the wine bottle a thing. That girl had every right to try to defend herself against those people who were being violent and coming after her as small as she is. Okay? That girl is too tiny. Yet. Thank you for being 104. Rochelle, thank you for being 103. DM Rock says, I was happy that Karen went with Kierna to the hospital. Apparently it looks like Wendy went with them too. So it wasn't just, Karen going. Yeah, Cal was absolutely doing Giselle's dirty work, which is what let me know y'all had an agenda. This was supposed to work. It did not work. Callie says Kierna got her head cracked open and everybody's trying to blame Candice. Yep. And Candice even said this is gonna somehow be my fault when they finish. Was that a plant? Tell me something else. I don't understand what you mean. Y'all, big sis ain't that sharp. Now I'm sharp. I be catching stuff, but I ain't catch that one. You got to tell me what you mean. All right, Bianca's reminding y'all, please, you can join the royal family if you'd like. Okay. There's a join button beneath the video. And under the money tab with super chats, you can also give memberships to other subscribers in the chat. We would love for you to do that. I've done it. DT's done it. It's a lot of fun. And it always feels good to give to other people. Brad's doll says Cal is an annoying stunt queen and a liar. He's a disgusting liar. Just really gross. And was literally trying to justify violent behavior. Trash. I don't know. Why didn't Kierna press charges and get him arrested? I don't know. Hey, the Divine Miss M say, seemed like Gordon was the one needing Bravo bucks. Now that it's over, there's no more use for old G. I don't know about that. But we're going to get into all of it. Let me grab my handy dandy notebook. Okay. Because y'all know I got that notebook ready. Because I like to be accurate when I tell you what happened. Okay. Unlike some folks, like these trollops on this show, I don't believe in telling stories. So I like to make sure that I got it all the way correct before I start running my big mouth. Okay. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay. right. All right. There we go. I had to light something real quick, y'all. Real fast. Real quick, real fast, real quick. Might have heard something go whoosh, but it wasn't me. I didn't go whoosh. A torch went whoosh. All right. Hey, Yolanda Franklin. Thank you for being 112. So look. Who child? The notes, the notes, the notes. Okay, so this is where we started. Y'all remember to hit the like button. Keep running up my likes, please and thank you. Who is like number 150? Who's number 150? Asking for a reason. All right. So look, let's get into this episode and where everything started. It started where it stopped. Last week, it stopped with them fighting and us getting the audio from them. Now, I want y'all to just remember, let's go back down memory lane. We ain't got to go that far. Just last week. Do y'all recall, during that audio, we literally heard this girl yelling at Candice, saying, you got something you want to say to me. You keep calling me Sesame Street. You don't want to say anything to my face. We heard Candice saying, I have nothing to say to you. Get her away from me. Get the help away from me. Get the help away from me. We heard Kierna and a second voice that has now, after tonight, been identified as the necromaniac. And them saying, hey, fresh strawberries, them saying to Mushu the dragon, Deborah, this is not the place. This is not the place. But tonight, we're going to hear something different. Those of us who've already watched the episode, we heard something different. Literally, these people do not, I guess at the time when they were lying, they didn't realize production was going to play the audio and we would hear exactly what was said, because the story has taken a tremendous, and I mean a tremendous change between what actually happened and what they're trying to sell us. Because they tried to sell us some bull crap, okay? They tried to sell some hot garbage, and the hot garbage is simply not selling. Let me just say that. The hot garbage is absolutely not selling. I know they wanted to sell. I don't know anybody who's willing to buy. I know I'm not. I know for a fact I'm not interested in buying it. Hey, WD Rose, thank you for being 120. Hey, Opal Campbell, good evening. Y'all hit the like button. Hey, Anissa Michelle, thank you for being 114. So we started where they stopped was with the fight, right? So Wendy goes in the bathroom with Kierna. At this point, Wendy is upset, like visibly she's shaking. She got her eyes stretched. You know how Wendy get when she shook. So she's visibly shook, her eyes stretched, she's shaking. Okay. Mushu the dragon, we find out, threw the drink onto Candice's hair because Candice's back was turned. She threw the drink onto Candice's hair and ended up hitting Kierna in the face with a glass because Kierna was like, this is not the place. Remember, we heard the audio. Put a 1 in the chat if the audio is still fresh in your mind. If I need to replay the audio, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all remember still. Put a 2 in the chat if I need to play the audio from last week just to refresh your memories on what was actually said. Hey, Annie Bonga, thank you for being 123. Hey, Christina with the T, thank you for being 122. Okay, I see the ones coming in. Okay, so everybody remembers, right? Bum. So at that point, we know exactly what Kierna was saying. There was nothing aggressive. There was no, I'm gonna hit you, or girl, you better back up. Like, there was no woofing at all. She literally was like, hey, this is not the place. This is not the place. And then we had action. I see a couple of 2s, but I see more 1s than 2s. I only see 3 2s. So we're going to go from memory. Y'all might have to go back and listen to the audio again. But in any event, that's what took place. She literally hit that girl in the face with a glass for telling her, this isn't the place. This isn't the place. I didn't know telling somebody that this wasn't the best place to haul off and throw drinks at people was enough reason to hit a black lady in the face with a glass. But apparently, if you're not black and you're on Potomac, that's absolutely a good enough reason to hit a sister in the face with a glass. I'm tempted to believe she did it because Kierna's pretty, and we all know that she is visibly challenged, aesthetically challenged. So anyway, Candice, at that point, we see her screaming, "By Grover." So this girl has now been upgraded from Cookie Monster to Grover. Okay, DS say they shouldn't have let Chewbacca in the building. Is that the sound? She called her Grover. She was like, "By Grover." We saw Big Reese had like a whole bear hug on Candice. Candice could not go anywhere because Big Reese had her locked down. It was a lot going on. We get Deborah on the camera, Mushu, on the camera lying and claiming that Kierna hit her first. Kierna didn't hit you, baby. We saw the video of the fight. But I'm thinking about the fact in real time, they didn't realize that somebody had sold that video to TMZ. And I want y'all to keep that in mind too. Yes, linebacker help. We had real live, like NFL quality linebacker help. Big Reese was not letting Candice get loose. There was no way in hell Candice could get loose. Okay. There was some lies that happened between Big Reese too when it came to that, because she claimed she took the bottle from Candice when actually we saw on the video that it was Ashley that took the bottle out of Candice's hand. Okay. And I'm not mad at Candice for grabbing the bottle. Like I said, that girl weighs all of 38 pounds and 12 ounces. So there's no reason. Hey, Tandra, for real, there was no reason for her not to pick up something to defend herself. She is far too small to stand still and watch that animal run over there to bulldoze her, especially that we know in hindsight that Ashley had a second friend there, the one y'all say his name is Sydney, who was waiting in the wings to help them jump that girl. You had to be there to fight, because why else would you get in that fight when it was two women and nobody was being jumped? But she sat up there and lied on Kierna, claimed Kierna hit her first. It never happened, but that's the lie she told. And we all saw it. We all saw what happened. So then after that, Necrosis tried to get in the mix, and in the bathroom, she was trying to come in the bathroom to see what was going on. And around that time, Karen and Wendy were basically clearing everybody out the bathroom because Kierna wanted everyone out of the bathroom. Like, get back, okay? She absolutely came ready to fight. You got on a tank top and some black jeans or black leggings. I thought those were jeans, but they could have been leggings. I thought I got a second look at her, so maybe they weren't jeans. They could have been tights, but I thought they were like black jeans, and she definitely had on the black wife beater and hair pulled in a ponytail. And we've seen her when she thinks she looked good, and that wasn't it. That wasn't it at all. She definitely came to fight. Definitely. Hey, Legina the Jackson. So then after that, Wendy was like, she heard Deborah like yelling, like getting crunk or whatever. Karen said that Mushu was attention seeking. And I agree. I definitely agree. Lord, Shauna say Jiggins. Angie Girl say production was trying to cover their tracks, but TMZ footage told it all. Yes. I really believe that production, I'm not going to say that they were in on the attack, but I will say that I believe they knew everything about it. I think they were going to claim, well, we had wrapped, so that was going to be their excuse for why that girl was physically attacked. But there was absolutely a plan to attack her. Absolutely. The Divine Miss M say Reese put that sumo wrestling move on Candice and stepped on her own self. Oh, no. Yo. Yeah, production is busted. They're all busted. Now, what's going to be interesting, y'all, is watching this play out with the reunion and everything, and seeing if they get called on it, or if everybody just pretends like they don't see what happened, because I clearly see what happened. This was a setup. I do agree with Karen that heifer was attention seeking. Kierna said that Mushu hit her in the head with a glass. That's when we found out that it was a glass. Ashley said that Mushu told her that Mushu is her home girl, and that, you know, it's okay if they didn't get along because the club was huge. And I'm sitting here like, okay, girl, whatever. You know what I mean? Because the lies were just getting out of control at that point. They didn't even have their lies together at that point. You could tell they hadn't had time to sit up and cook up the lies. They didn't have time to cook it up. Hey, Deborah Randall. So then we get this event where they're going over these pictures they took for that magazine, Monarch magazine, I believe is what it's called. Hey, boo. Callie, what you say? Say that's true, Neutral. The episode last week was all production was going to show the fight until the TMZ footage. Right. TMZ really put a monkey wrench in it for them because they were planning to attack Candice physically, and then they were planning to lie on her and make it all her fault that she was attacked. Oh, Wendy said it was a setup. Okay. All right. I didn't see it, but that's what's up. I'm just glad somebody's calling it out because it was really obvious. Hey, KFS, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Y'all, if it's your first time in the chat, please put FTL for first time live so we can welcome you. Jabret says it was a hot, greasy mess, and it was. And it was. They need to be busted because this was a setup. This was a plan to physically attack T9 Candice. Over the fact that they have not been able to control her or get rid of her or provoke her. Hey, Emma Crawford, thank you for being 101, dear. Thank you so much. Chandra, for real, welcome to the royal family. Y'all give her a royal welcome in the chat. Make sure y'all are spamming the chat with welcome, okay? So listen, that's not all. So let's talk about what else happened. So they get to this event for Monarch magazine where they took these pictures. They got to look at these god-awful pictures. I'm going to go out on a limb and say nobody's pictures look great. I'm sorry. Not sorry, it's the truth. They were nice, but nobody had a picture that was like, ooh, child. You know, nothing like that. Everybody looked okay. Wasn't no stone cold killers. Wasn't no big fat losers. Like, everybody looked okay in their pictures. They were, well, no, not everybody. Giselle looked crazy. Giselle looks crazy. I don't know where they got that wig from. I gotta keep it real. Gotta keep it real. The wig was tragic. That stiff stomping around she was doing was strange. Not sure why we needed to see that. Krista Jones say, Nitra, why there's so many lies going around and why Cal lie like that and he know her in the hair industry? Because he's a bad person. Like, if you're friends with Giselle, there's no way in hell you're a good person. I think that's a fair statement. I think that's a fair assessment. KFS says, I agree, it was a setup. Evil villain had on gym clothes. Absolutely. Right. The photos were okay. Crystal absolutely stood up for her sister, and I thought that was super cool. Super, super cool. Hey, Jay Delaray. Sis says, no wonder why Giselle and Ashley invited Candice to their fashion show with no fashions. They had an agenda. Exactly. Yeah, I've never seen her weave quite look like that. Beyonce has worn some wigs that were tragic, though. I like her, okay. Don't come after me. Don't start that buzzing and stuff. But she's had on some wigs that weren't the best. She has. But nothing that looked like what Giselle had on. Nothing. Okay. The Divine Miss M say the pictures remind her of the 80s glam shots, just dreadful. Yeah, they were just kind of okay. When you say 80s glam shot, absolutely. A few of them could have had that fan back chair. Y'all remember that wicker chair with the fan back? I took a picture of one. Don't act like I'm the only person, because I did. Some of y'all did too. You ain't gonna tell nobody, but you did. So look, so we're at the event. Karen shows up first. She has on this lovely pink blazer dress with the sparkle collar. It wasn't her best look, but it was cute. DT, thank you for the super chat. Say Deborah the Siamese cat Sesame Street character looked like a chicken that was impregnated by an alien from the planet Uranus. Well, all right. That's oddly specific. Thank you for the super chat, DT. I appreciate it. So Karen comes in. She's sitting with her friends. Big Reese comes down the stairs in brown glitter with a boot on, saying that her foot was bad. Okay. All right. Tia Baller, keeping it real. You took a picture in the chair too? I did too. Yeah, I did. And thank you for keeping it real. So anyway, One of her friends asked her something about Sharice. She was like, child, I don't do her. And that's kind of where that went. Sharice showed up with the boot on with her daughter, who looks just like her. I think her kid is super cute. Her daughter is super, super cute. So, shout out to her for that. You got to give people props where props are due. Sharice's daughter is very, very cute to me. Okay. So Ashley shows up in spaghetti straps and a mini dress with feathers around the hem. Not sure what that was for. Wasn't a lot happening, but she did it. Ashley starts blaming social media and the way her friend from Sesame Street was, according to her, antagonizing on social media for why she needed to put their friendship on pause. Quite frankly, I feel as though you're throwing her under the bus. If anything, I think that I absolutely think they still talk in private. I think they absolutely still talk on the phone. I think they absolutely probably still frequent the same places and do whatever. I just think she unfollowed her on social media and she's doing that in public to save her face. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Now, Ashley's basically saying she didn't like her picture. Giselle shows up saying she heard about the fight and she wasn't happy about it or whatever. She had on this spaghetti strap green spandex situation with the cutout in the front that was very ill-fitting. She said her daddy came out of surgery. Like, we already know the end result is that her father's not going to make it, but that was not the time when he left. Miriam says she agreed. Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think they're still friends. Absolutely. But in any event, so we find out her daddy came out of surgery. They start asking Big Reese. Now, this is where the lies get crunk. And this is when you start to be able to see the conspiracy. The conspiracy starts to show right around this point. I did not get the minute mark. Hey, Anil. But the conspiracy started to show itself around the time that Giselle showed up and starts asking Sharice why she has a boot on. So Sharice starts telling this story about how she hurt her foot and she had broke it in the past and she re-injured it, holding on to Candice because it was a fight. And that's when she starts talking about what Candice picked up a bottle. Candice picked up a bottle to defend herself. Let's be clear. She was not an aggressor. She was the aggressed. Someone was coming to get her. She picked up something to defend herself, which is something that you have a right to do. Okay? Contrary to what some of your politicians would have you believe. In America, we have a right to defend ourselves. I'm just saying. So she brought that up. Ashley then reports the lies that Mushu told, that Deborah told, claiming that Wendy and Candice was talking about her, calling her vermin and the helping, whatever. Mind you, we heard this was supposed to be during the fashion show. We heard what Wendy and Candice were talking about. They were talking about those dreadful clothing that you had them people tromping up and down the that fake runway wearing. If you want to say she said something, what was said was that your clothing did not give Alexander Wang because Alexander Wang would not give you a yeast infection. Now, while I find that to be particularly vulgar, it was nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing about Deborah, the caveman. Like, they said nothing about her at all. And we heard when Candice called her the help, that was after she became aggressive and was trying to get to her. And Candice said, get her away from me, get the help away from me. So we heard when it was said, and it was clearly in response to Mushu, the caveman, being aggressive. Like, that's what it was in response to. Right, KFS, Sharice could barely tell the story. Could barely tell the story. And so how did she break up from stepping on a champagne bottle in her non-existent champagne room? I don't know. She didn't tell us, but she said she had broken it before and they got re-injured. If I'm being very honest, if I can be candid, I don't believe Sharice hurt her foot that night. I think Sharice showed up in that boot because they were all prepared to go with a narrative that Candice was a problem. That's the whole point. Okay. Hey, DB, you right, baby. Tonight was good. There was a lot of meat on this bone, and so we got to address it. You sure right.
Bixby voice privacy contents have been updated.
Who asked you to update anything? I hate these devices. Say Candice got Ashley again with her words. She always does. Hey, Prisby. So listen, that happened. And they with this stuff about the bottle, and they were calling her names during the show, just lying. Then Giselle claims that she was mad that the fight happened and she didn't want that associated with her brand. Like, girl, this is not a brand. Y'all got some drop ship products and put GNA on the side. I've seen your website, darling. And what you had at that fashion show was dreadful. Dreadful, and we've seen it before. Okay. Yeah, Brandon said he don't believe Sharice either. Sharice did that. That was a prop. Sharice wore that boot as a prop. Nisi said that's the first thing I thought about Sharice and that boot of hers. Right. It was given lie. It was absolutely given lie. So then Giselle's friend Cal, he starts trying to gaslight. The first thing he did was, well, who was protecting Kay? Speaking about Kierna. So he was going to try to say that Wendy and Candice just left her here to be attacked and hit in the head with a glass. When in reality, Sharice had to jump in and say, well, I was holding Candice. Candice was not going anywhere. So she was not allowing Candice to go anywhere. But he was trying to immediately spin this narrative because this didn't go the way they planned. The plan was for Candice to get attacked. Hey, Priscilla Clemens, thank you for being 140. So since the plan was for Candice to be attacked, and Kierna ended up grabbing this heifer after she hit her in the face with a glass, then he was trying to create a narrative where, and Robert did too, because we're going to talk about that, where Kierna was apparently being an American gladiator and fighting for Candice, and nobody helped and defended her, when that wasn't even the case. I am grateful that at least Sharice told the truth about the fact I was holding her, and we saw her. She had her in a complete bear hug. There was no way for Candice to do anything. Okay. And so I think the bottle was mentioned again. Then he goes on to say, like, oh, if Candice is gonna be talking about people and saying stuff, then she got to be ready for what comes with it. While Giselle is sitting over there with this stone sour face, like she's been sucking on a whole bushel of lemons, while he's being her mouthpiece. So I said, oh, okay, so that was the plan, for Candice to be physically attacked, for them to create a narrative that Candice was calling this girl names. They did not expect that production was going to be forced to release the audio so we could hear what was said and the timeline. And they were not expecting for that fight video to come out via TMZ. Now, the problem with that is, without the fight video, without the audio, they could have made that assertion that Candice was name calling and making up names and verbally abusing this girl, and she just snapped. And that's what Candice gets because we don't like her mouth. And that was their plan. But it didn't go that way. It didn't go that way at all. Instead, Candice was nowhere near her. Kierna and the necromancer told Deborah, whatever that thing's name is, this is not the time. And when she couldn't get to Candice and Kierna was trying to move her back because she threw a cup through a drink, she hit Kierna in the face with a glass. And then all of it made it to the internet. It went viral. We reviewed it over here a couple times. So now production was forced to release the audio because we'd already seen the video. They knew at that point the story they were trying to build was not going to sell. They released the audio trying to give some type of clarity, or trying to get ahead of what they were planning to do and us seeing it. And unfortunately for them, we were able to hear Ashley say, are the cameras down? Are the cameras down? Are we wrapped? Are we good? Directly before the Sesame Street character went in for the attack on Candice, missed her target, ended up hitting Kierna in the face with a glass and getting her head papped on by that Baltimore girl, because that's what happened, and we saw it. But the fact that Cal said that, it let me know it was like another nail in the coffin. Y'all set this up. So in any event, him justifying that attack was disgusting. Very disgusting, to say the least. So Mia shows up with her whole family, her cousin, her mama, Gordon, all the children, like, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, you'd have thought that she was getting the NAACP Image Award for all the people she brought in there in her little white dress from Fashion Nova. Shout out to Fashion Nova, because they be keeping the girls looking all right. Okay. I don't wear it because, I'm old, but shout out to Fashion Nova. Okay. Right, Pris B. And he wasn't even there. He wasn't even there. Mm-mm. So she shows up claiming that it took her a couple days to get herself together. Why would it take her a couple days to get herself together? In reality, she was not in the altercation. She inserted herself at a certain point. Hold on, y'all. Hello. Hey. Live. Okay. All right. So, anywho, where was I? Yeah, she claimed it took her, hey Brown Style, claim it took her a couple days to calm down. Does not make sense at all. Why would you need a couple days to calm down? Just disgusting. Disgusting. Like, all of them were in on this grand plan to make Candice the villain. We saw that from the night of the altercation when Mia ran up to Deborah and said to her, "You got too much to lose." As though she's been attacked and she needs to calm down and not react. She was the attacker. I said, okay, this was absolutely a setup. It just didn't go the way they thought. Like, this thing really blew up in their faces. Anyway, Robert shows up in some strange dress with pearls and golden beads glued to the seams of this god-awful dress. I don't know what that was for. I don't know who's responsible for it, but God help her. So she shows up, and I thought this was very telling too. Well, I left. I made a decision to leave. Well, let's ask the question. Why the hell did you make a decision to leave? Y'all don't find that, like, real convenient? Now, for Giselle, makes sense. Your daddy was having surgery. Why would Robert make it a point to say, well, I had made a decision to leave, but I hadn't gotten all the way out of there yet. And I heard and I saw the same thing that y'all saw. I don't know. You made a decision to leave so that when she was attacked, you could say I wasn't there. This was a concerted effort. This was absolutely conspiracy. Right, D. Marie? It's an odd thing to say. Very odd. So I said, wow. Yeah. Uh-huh. Pris B, what you say? So y'all notice how the GBs faded in this episode? Child, I'm just pointing out what I saw. Hey, Carrie, I'm Oneke. Thank you for being 146, sis. Beyond two-faced, it reeks of conspiracy, and these are all bad actors. Okay? So she made it a point to let us know that she made a decision to leave. She just chose to leave, right? Then she uses another phrase that it was like, it's a shame Kierna chose to fight somebody else's battles. Whose battle did Kierna fight? Like, let's talk about this thing. Whose battle exactly did Kierna fight? If you hit me in the face with a glass, it sounds like I'm fighting my own battle. When she threw the drink at Candice, Kierna didn't fight her. Kierna swung on that whore when she hit her in the face with a glass. I don't know too many of us. I mean, I'm saved, but I don't think I'm saved enough that you can hit me in the face with a glass. Matter of fact, let me clear that up, because I want to be completely honest. I know for a fact I'm not saved enough that you better hit me in the face with a glass. I don't care if I just got through praying and said amen, you better not hit me in the face with a glass. Ain't that much saved in the world. Right. They didn't plan for Kierna. They planned for Candice. And so when Mushu got mopped up by that Baltimore chick, oh, she fighting somebody else's battles. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Y'all wound up Y'all wound up that little grinder, that little accordion, and you sent her in there, and she was so amped up when she couldn't get the Candice, she swung on the wrong person. Brandon laughing at me, but I'm so for real. I'm being honest. Some people gonna lie to you. I'm not finna lie to you, baby. I'm not that saved. Don't you hit me in the face with no glass. Hazeline, that's all I'm saying. Don't do it. Don't trust me like that. So anyway, it was about that time that after I heard her say she was fighting somebody else's battles, I said, okay, so you were in on it too. Karen says to Robert, she's this a little bit later after that, because that was in the confessional that she said that. But Karen's talking to her, telling her, girl, I ain't like your picture. Uh-huh. You heard that? You heard that, right? Mm-hmm. Emma said they were trying to cover up their mess, and they were. And they were. Thank you for being 151, sis. So listen, she told her she ain't like her picture or whatever. So I thought that was funny, because I'm like, leave it to Karen to just say any and everything to people. Then we get Candice's sister Crystal. Honey, she done pulled Ashley, RoboCop, Pennywise, five head to the side. Yes, she did. And told her, I don't like your friend, child. I'm mad with your friend right now. Ashley claims she was mad with her too, and she know her, from play dates, and that's how she know her friends from play dates. Because Crystal was like, "Do you know that they do stuff like this?" And she's, "I know them from play dates and stuff. Like, I don't know this side of her. You don't know this side of her, but you sure put a battery in her back and told her to go be, big bad dollar bill. You put a battery in her back and told her to go in there and be Wild Negro Bill from Red Pepper Hill. You the one told her to go be Willie Lump Lump, go be bad Leroy Brown. What you mean you ain't know that side of her? You amped that girl up and sent her in there. And then when she couldn't get to the target, she did something stupid that got her head papped on. And she could have got a charge. Kierna should have called the police on that horror. That's what she should have done. Apple Charm said Karen got photo payback from not being in the hat picks in season 5. Ooh. Yes, now Barbara say, but ain't Rob the one that jumps into everything that said to Giselle? She is. That would be her. That would be her. Dialogue sister say Robin always revealing the hands that play. She do, but all of them exposed themselves this time. We can't even say it was just Robert. We can't, because every one of these tramps dropped the ball, and they all like literally was sitting there with their fingerprints on stuff. But yeah, Crystal checked her about it. She claimed that she didn't like that either. She wasn't happy about that either. She didn't know that side of her or whatever. Crystal like, I don't want to feel like my sister gonna be getting attacked when she go places, and she wasn't wrong for that. Candice and Dot shows up right after that. Okay. Okay. Krista Jones, thank you for the super chat. She said, right, Miss Seanitra, I love the way you see all these lies. Make sure you show some love for the live. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I do. He said the Smithsonian Zoo would have been there to collect their. Oh, all righty. Their escapee. All right. The Divine Miss M says, strange how the bandit's point of view changed since the Monique fight. Isn't it? What's funny is, you provoke people, you get attacked. And then they were trying to create this narrative where, Candice just provoked this girl and she got attacked. And it didn't. God was not on their side. Hey, Stoner Gaming say, but Robert always fight neck battles. She do. And do. So listen, moving right along. Candice and Dot walks in. This is after Crystal done confronted Ashley. Candice says that she referred, Lord help, she referred to Ashley and Giselle's fashion show as a Sears fashion show. I said, ma'am, you off the chain. Candice then recaps what happened, and I'm not taking sides. I side with the truth, and the truth is what Candice recanted and said what happened actually matched what we saw in the video and what we heard on the audio. So it matched. So she told the truth when she, told us what happened. She did refer to that girl as it. She was like, I told them to get it away from me. She didn't know why it, she said it lunged at her. And then she did say that somehow they were going to make it her fault. And they absolutely were trying to make it her fault. Thank God for whoever sold that video to TMZ. Okay. Brown Style say, yep, sis, Ashley didn't count on Kiki popping her in the mouth after getting hit with a drink. I think they thought Kay would sit quiet like Wendy got hit by Mia in season 7. Well, here's the thing, Brown Style. Had big Mia, that large Hispanic gentleman, hit Dr. Wendy in the face with a glass, I believe Wendy would have came on out of a bag on her. Because she was close anyway. The way her mouth was going, she was going off. If that large Hispanic gentleman had hit the good doctor in the face with that glass, like this girl hit Kierna in the face with a glass, and she had to get 12 stitches, I believe the good doctor would have went ahead and gave her a bad grade. I think she'd have got a bad grade that night. But I think you onto something in a way. I think they were thinking it was going to be dignified behavior from the ladies who are normally dignified. And I think that they did not count on Deborah losing her cool and hitting someone in the face with a glass because she couldn't get to Candice, because that's exactly what happened. So in any event, Wendy and Eddie shows up. They were like, they look nice as per normal when they showed up. I thought that was cool. Wendy was saying that, this event seems heavy and there's a dark cloud over the group after this physical attack, this heinous physical attack on Candice and Kierna, because it really was. It was really ugly. Karen ended up saying that Deborah was mad with the wrong person, and that basically she should be angry with herself. And if I'm being honest, I agree with Karen. I agree with everything Karen said. This girl, and those of you who watched, I know some of you didn't, a lot of y'all didn't. But for those of you who watched, y'all saw that they, recap what happened with the lie that was told last season, where she claimed that he was like this and looking in her face. And we saw the video of this man looking in his phone, not even paying attention to her. So Karen was basically saying she should be mad with herself. Like, you told a lie, you got caught, it's embarrassing. You should be angry with yourself. Why are you transferring that anger to Candice? And of course, they're saying like, she transferred the anger to Candice because that would, help her move up. And I said that more or less. I didn't say it in those words, but basically I felt like she wanted a beef with Candice. So that way, that would be her way onto that show. You say, why every time you say Deborah, it sounds like you want to say deplorable. I want to say deplorable, disgusting, debased, disgraceful, just all of those things, all of them. So I definitely agree with that. Nantucket shows up with her husband. She's swathed in gold glitter. She claims she was trying to break up stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I have to go back and watch the video to know if that is true or not. We do know that she will lie. However, she may have, but she said she tried to break up something and got pushed down. Don't know whether she did. Don't know whether she didn't, but that's what she claimed. Robert was showing text messages to show that she did try to check on Kierna, which is, now that to me, that's extremely two-faced, because you checking on her like, oh, I just want to know how you doing. But now you sitting on national TV saying she was trying to fight somebody else's battles. Hey, Coco Chanel, I thought that was very messed up. To me, that was very messed up. But that's Robert. So what else can you expect? So then we get a moment with Sharice, with Big Reese, going to confront Candice about this bottle, which further shows me that there was a conspiracy. They were going to make it all about this bottle. They wanted any kind of reaction out of Candice so it could be Candice's fault. Hey, I'm that girl. Niecy Rose says she did get pushed down almost back into a corner before the lone security came in. Okay, cool. That's why I said I was gonna have to go back and rewatch the video so I could confirm just for myself whether that happened, whether that didn't happen, because I didn't know. To be honest, when everything was happening, I didn't even realize she was still in the room. She doesn't make that much of an impression. But if she did that, then that's what's up. So Big Reese goes to confront Candice about picking up this bottle. And so Candice was like, look, I had to defend myself. And I'm so glad she used that wording. I'm glad she said what needed to be said. I'm that girl. Thank you for being 167. Monica Jones, thank you for being 166. I appreciate you. I'm glad she said that. I felt like it needed to be said. That girl is, like I said, all of 38 pounds and 12 ounces. She had every right to defend herself. This girl looks like Lord Goro from Mortal Kombat. Of course, she's going to get something to defend herself. Like, you don't look feminine. You don't look like you're mentally stable. She had every right to defend herself. Hey, Pink Dynamite. Thank you for being 168. She says, Candice says she was going to protect herself, period. Exactly. Who would not protect themselves from Lord Goro? Who wouldn't do it? Who? Because I know I would. If we being honest, I definitely would. I mean, I use my hands, but I'm a bigger girl. Candice is not that. That girl is like the size of my ankle. So absolutely no. So she's like, but if you had hit her with that bottle, Candice said it would have been self-defense. That's what it would have been, self-defense. I'm allowed to defend myself. And then she thanks Big Reese for her motherly instincts and trying to protect her and all of that. And was like, I hope you didn't tell my mama I broke your foot. And Big Reese was like, yep, I told your mama or whatever. And so what? She do look like Lord Goro in the face and with that ponytail. She just missing about 4 of her arms. That's all. So then Robert admits that she don't look like Mariah in that pic. I'm glad she knows. Then Karen thanks all of them for coming over to the table. Wendy was thanking Ashley for coming over. And then she corrected herself and she thanked Ashley and the necromancer for coming over. Karen was like, well, thank all of y'all for coming over to the table because there's an elephant in the room and us needs to talk. Okay. Ashley was like, she don't take ownership of none of this. Everybody involved is grown, and you know they did what they did, and she ain't got nothing to do with that or whatever. Wendy at that point lets us know that Candice said multiple times to get this girl away from her, and it did not happen, and that's true. And then she talked about the fact that Kierna and she gave credit to Nantucket, to Necktie, that she also was telling Deborah, this is not the place. So it looks like everybody was trying to tell this idiot, this nincompoop, okay, that this was not the place. And yet she persisted. So in any event, and then she went on to say that she came with an agenda. This girl showed up with an agenda. So I'm glad that Wendy pointed out the fact that Mushu, Deborah came in with an agenda. But it's like Wendy didn't catch on that they were all in on it. You and Candice and Karen didn't know. And of course, Necrosis was unaware. But all of them, in my humble opinion, including production to a certain extent, were all in on and a part of that agenda. All of them. Now that's what I believe, okay? So she put that on out there. Ashley still tried to push the lie against Candice. Well, she said that you were calling her vermin and the help and this and that. And Candice was like, I did not. And she did not. She called that girl to help after she got aggressive and was trying to come over there where she was. Necrosis acknowledged that Deborah was dead wrong, but saying that she don't feel like Ashley's to blame. Ashley's absolutely to blame. Hey, Kai. Okay. So that took place. Then, and of course, leave it to Necrosis. Like, even when she's on the side of right, she found a way to be wrong. She then goes on to say, She would have made them more mad if she sat over there and ignored them. Make who more mad? Nobody cared about her. Nobody wanted to be bothered with her. Her being there, not acknowledging Candice or Wendy was not going to upset them. And I think that the necromancer missed the memo that this girl was not there for Wendy. She was there for Candice. The battery was in her back to attack Candice. So it's like, even when necrosis could possibly be on the side of right, she finds a way to make herself look like an idiot. I don't know whether it's a curse or whether her village people are doing her. I don't know. But she need to get that up off of her. Seriously. Like, nobody should be that stupid in real life. Mia brought up that the crap that Deborah did the next day, Deborah did the next day on social media, and was like, you had time to sleep the liquor off and everything, and you still jumped on social media doing what you're doing. And so at that point, Ashley gives the fake apology. I'm sorry I did that, blah, blah, blah. But she's still in the confessional trying to make it Candice's fault. Still. Like, well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't have brought her there. But if Candice is gonna be doing that and she goes too far, and she goes too far with what? With ignoring somebody? With telling a whore, I don't want to talk to you? With saying, get the help away from me? Like, why are you over here bothering this girl? Why are you bothering her? So how in the world did Candice go too far? Again, this was just, to me, it shows, and it's blaring. Y'all had an agenda in place. Y'all had a plan in place. Y'all wanted Candice to be physically attacked by Lord Goro from Mortal Kombat. And then you were going to flip it because the cameras were down. Remember, we heard Ashley say, are the cameras down? Are we wrapped? Are we good? Before you sent that monster, that cretin, to go attack that small woman. Now that's what you did. That's what you did. So they already had their lines in place for what they were going to say, because at that time they did not know that whoever the heaven sent person was going to sell that fight video to TMZ so we could see exactly what happened and not what they wanted us to hear. They never saw it coming. Giselle still talking about herself at the table and, I went through so much. I had a hard week, and I had such a hard week, and it means so much that some of y'all checked on me. Candice was still looking like, oh God. I guess her and Robert gonna have a hissy fit because Candice was rolling her eyes at the table. I don't blame her. I'd have rolled them too. We sitting up here talking about a hitman that came to attack this small girl at this event, and we need to pivot back to make it about you, Giselle. I guess so. Miriam say that's why I believe Ashley came with the video after the reunion was filmed. What video? Oh, you mean when she was sitting in the car with her forehead shining? Yep. Show did, mood makers. So yeah, that was something. Karen reached out and she didn't have to, and blah blah blah. Okay, girl. Mia grabs the microphone or whatever. And then we start to get them rapping. Normally they do this part at the very end of the finale episode for a season. For some reason they didn't. I think it's because they wanted to give us all the Gordon and Mia divorce stuff on the back end. So we got to wrap up first. Candice making music. She got to deal with embryos. Kai, I see you back there, baby. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. Let me finish up real quick. She making music, gonna deal with her embryos. We get Wendy with the talk show and something. Robert talking about she done signed a lease and hope to have the thing open, and she don't care about the bad relationship with Juan. May as well not care because he ain't changing. Karen's renovating Surrey and gonna get some more surgeries, or she done got them already. Giselle talking about the GNA clothing, you know them 6 items on their website, and her daddy passing. Nick apparently still ain't pregnant. Necrosis still ain't pregnant, and Ashley still not divorced. Now we get this Mia and G situation. Hey boo, roll with me for a little bit. Let me give them the rap on this Mia and G. Okay, so Mia and G. G take the mic, and we get this moment of him praising Mia. Oh, she's a good mama. She's a role model. She's a good wife. He toasts her. Blah, blah, blah. Then we see 3 months later, like SpongeBob under the sea. We get them the headlines from the blogs and stuff. They end in their 11-year marriage. Mia fake cries in the confessional and they got off a green. Then we get Eddie and Wendy in the confessional with production trying to ask them what all did G say when he reached out to them, right? So of course, Eddie's a class act, so he not gonna repeat what G said. Shout out to Eddie. Shout out to Happy Eddie for being a real G and not repeating what that man said because he was emotional at that time. And quite frankly, he might not want to say the same things he was saying then, or he might not want that out now, but that's how he was feeling at the time. So we find out and we heard back then from Candice, I remember, saying that he had reached out and was wanting to make sure that Wendy and Candice knew some dirt on her that they could hit her with or whatever, and they weren't going to use that. Ain't nobody getting in that at all. So Eddie said that G reached out and it was a group chat for the husbands and was wanting to talk to Chris and Eddie or whatever to tell them mess by Mia. Eddie basically was saying he thought they was having a moment like y'all just going through something until they saw it in the blogs that they was really getting a divorce. And he was like, oh, y'all was for real. Like, okay. So that was that on that. They didn't give no dirt. Again, shout out to Happy Eddie. Shout out to Candice, Chris, and Wendy too, because they didn't spill. Even to now, today, with all the conspiracies, lies, and stuff, even with Mia joining in with them calling her mama a witch, she still ain't sprayed her, and she could have. So shout out to all of them on that. That was the right thing to do. Like I say, no specific repeats. We get Mia and Gordon in the house. We find out that from Mia, she say they filed a divorce in July, officially, right? And it was probably would have stayed private, but Gordon went to TMZ. Okay. She claimed if he hadn't done that, they probably would have had worked it out or whatever. No, you wouldn't. You just saying something now because that other man say he ready. So if he ready, then you ready. Okay. So then she gonna ask him, well, what's your plans and how long I got to sleep in the child room or whatever like that. So he was like, well, I'm supposed to be leaving. I think he said 8th, 9th, or 10th of November. But if you want me to leave sooner, I can leave sooner. So she's sitting up there looking stupid. I feel like Mia thought that Gordon was going to be begging her or whatever. But apparently that is not the order of the day. Because he was like, oh, I can leave soon. I'm only here because you told me you needed me to be here because you got events and stuff to do and you need somebody to watch these children. Okay, but he said he could leave sooner and it ain't no problem. Okay. So she basically was like, I'm sleeping in the kids' room or whatever. He was like, you didn't think this through. This is what you wanted to do. So this is what we doing. Okay. So then we find out that she done had the children all to the other man's house. The children done seen her with the man. The children is asking Gordon questions about the man. Apparently, Mia been going with this man for over 10 years. This ain't no new thing. This ain't no new fling. She been going with the man for over 10 years. Okay? And so then she said G knew when they first got married that she was still sleeping with the man and they supposedly had went to counseling over it or whatever like that. So I'm sitting there like, Mia, this ain't adding up. If he knew about it and y'all went to counseling over it, why would he need to go to counseling over something that you claim he agreed to, right? So I was like, I don't know. So then we find out from him on his 70th birthday, that's when he told her, if you got to do what you got to do, then go do what you got to do, but you need to be discreet. Don't be putting it up under my nose and keep the children out of it. And he said she did both. That she wasn't being discreet and she had the children in it. Then had the children to the man's house. The children up there asking him, telling him about they seen him, they mama and Mr. Ink in the bed. And they were asking him about mama trying to replace you with Mr. Ink and all that. I'm like, boy, them children show talk like grown people. And then we find out she throwing a fit because she said he took her phone for 2 hours. I'm like, girl, I'd have went and got another phone. I'd have went straight to the phone company, shut that hoe off and got another one. But that's whatever, y'all got into that. I don't know why he would take her phone for 2 hours. What good was 2 hours gonna do, sir? Because at the end of the 2 hours, she still was gonna call him. So they going back and forth. He leaves out the room. She calling him back or whatever. And he was like, child, this conversation is unproductive. And like, you told me that man was your soulmate. I say, what you say? So he wasn't just the maintenance man. He the soulmate. I say, oh, shut up now. So they going back and forth. She trying to get him to get in on the conversation and what ain't fair. And he was like, how come Ink think Jeremiah is his child then? Child, she really was like, oh, that ain't fair. That ain't fair. She claimed she told G when she got pregnant at the time that on the timeline, apparently she was hunching both men simultaneously. So she didn't know who the baby belonged it to. And she said that Gordon told her, I love you, so I'm going to take the child and raise the child. But see, here's the thing. If he didn't tell you to go ahead and do your due to after his Johnson broke, when his Johnson was still working, why was you hunching both men? Man, I figure you's a hoe, but you can't help it because you don't know it. Mm, So anyway, so then G was like, look, he feel like it's about the money. You making money on the show. So now you don't need me no more since mine done got low. She gonna throw in his face, well, I was transferring you money where you could get food. He was like, and thank you so much for that. Letting her know, baby, throwing that in my face, all that do is prove my point. Like, yeah, once I didn't have access to my money and you were the one with the money, I want to go. What I'm mad at Mia for is not leaving when the money ran out. No, that's fine with me. Be real. Just like, listen, I married you for the bread. The bread bag is empty. I got to go. Like, just keep it real. That's what I don't understand with Mia, girl. What you lying for? At this point, we already know you's a vapid whore. The least you could do is be real about your money grab. Cause I would. I came for the bread. When the bread left, so did I. Simple. I don't understand what the problem is about. So she threw that up in his face and whatever, and telling him, I told you not to sue your family, and I stood by that, and claims that she would have left 7 to 8 years ago if it was about money, because he was spending so much money and going to the stripper clubs or whatever. You wasn't gonna leave because it didn't matter what he was spending, because it was still some money there. Okay, now let's keep it a book. Okay, so then told him he's a loose cannon or whatever, and he was like, if you want to work it out, you can. We can, and if you don't, that's fine. That's when she told him he was a loose cannon. And he was like, well, that's cool. You know, whatever's whatever. And made it clear, like, listen, I said a long time ago, if a woman want to leave, I'm not holding her. I said, well, all right, G, you better take it like a man. You better take it like a man. I said, well, all right, G has spoken. And now we know that Mia was out here playing dangerous whole games, honey. She could have been in the whole Olympics. Carrying the torch. Kyle, what you got on this episode? I know you got a lot to say.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Do I sound okay?
Yeah, girl.
Okay, I'm glad. I have to check. I'm happy I made it. I thought I was going to. I was a little behind. I'm gonna finish my replay because I was replaying, but we know we can chat regardless. It's aligned with what we talked about last week. This was clearly a setup because also the fact that decorum football head is stating that she don't know what happened. She don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, you were standing right there. Why is she pretending like she was not standing right there?
Lying.
You were standing right. Now all of a sudden, oh, Deborah's telling me, ma'am, you were right there. Tell us what you saw with your eyes. What is all this extraness?
All she do is lie. And did you notice they by the time they had time to have a conference and put their lives together, they had flipped it where Sharice was the one that took the bottle of wine from Candice, when it was Ashley that took that bottle out of her hand. I watched her.
You watched it? I have to rewatch that part. Regardless to me, though, Ashley has some MF and nerve. People like, Candice, the bottle's not a good look. Baby, your husband assaulting people on your work set's not a good look. Let's start there. Like, to me, when I tell you I don't like that woman, I mean, I don't, because it's just the way that I feel she clearly acts like a biracial woman, a black-white biracial woman, because no biracial, and wills that over people and makes whatever is appropriate to her appropriate at the time. and lets her husband act whichever way he wants to act on this set with other people of color on this set. But when it comes to like holding her feet to the fire, she's like, I don't know. I didn't do anything. I'm just so lost and so confused. I don't know what happened. We're all adults. Ma'am, if we're all adults, it doesn't matter if Candace called her a Sesame Street cockroach, whatever. If she has things to lose, she wouldn't be bothered walking over there trying to throw a drink train in the girl's face.
That's
If we're all
true.
adults. And also, we're all adults, and this is my friend's event launching this merch line. This is not a clothing line, this is a merch line. And barely that. Then you would have some constraint. And more importantly, if your life is so fabulous, you would not be upset about Sesame Street a year later. Even furthermore, the fact that now we're turning it to Kansas just going off on Deborah. So when the cameras were up, we just missed
And
all
remember,
this talk.
she goes too far. She went too far. But do you recall, or am I like, did I eat magic mushrooms? Or do you also recall that during that fashion show, Wendy and Candice were clowning the clothing? Nobody mentioned Deborah.
That's why I'm confused. Because my thing is, if they were, because remember, that was also kind of like the tea earlier, before obviously the season was airing, that Candace and Deborah were like talking about each other back and forth. To me, if Bravo was going to show the little phone footage, and also show the audio when they didn't have the cameras up, then why not show what led up to the fight? Because to me, then that shows that there was nothing that led up to this fight.
Nothing led up to it. What led up to it is what I played the last time we were in here, and let y'all hear the audio of Ashley saying, "Are the cameras down? Are we wrapped? Are we good?" That was the direct lead up to that physical attack. Once once Ashley confirmed that the cameras were down, that thing ran over there. Lord Goro went on the march.
Because it's fascinating to me that even in Wendy's confessional, she says, I saw her and Ashley talk. It had a little oomph to it, but obviously I didn't know what they were saying because of the music. But meanwhile, apparently the story is that Deborah, who was not close to them, could hear what they were saying. They were just talking so much trash about her. But we have no video of it. We have no audio of it. And you weren't close to her.
But Wendy said that it was Deborah and Ashley that were talking to each other, and there was oomph.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like Wendy's even saying, I couldn't hear what they were saying. I saw them talking, but I can't hear them saying. So now how come Deborah is saying, oh, I heard her talking about me? If Wendy was closer to Candace and she couldn't hear what you and Ashley were saying, how are you hearing what
What they were
supposedly?
saying. But they weren't
Yeah.
claiming that it was said then. They were claiming that Wendy and Candice were talking about her during the fashion show.
Yeah.
And that did
Yeah.
not happen. That didn't happen at all. What I got from her saying that Candice and the girl, not Candice, but Ashley and Goro were talking and there was some oomph, was her getting hyped up to go
Yeah.
over there and attack that girl. That's all I
Yeah.
got from
That's what I got from it. I was just making the point of the environment of people can't really hear each other and they're not close to each other. Now the
right,
further point is obviously
right.
then clearly Deborah is working herself up to do this mess. And I think, as I said, I think I said
Yep.
this last time, Ashley knew her friend was going to do this. And I think Ashley thought that Candace was going to say something to justify Deborah, no, quote unquote, justify Deborah going after her. But since Candace didn't really do that, then to me, there's only so much wiggle room that someone like hates this woman so much or just like can't really, even if you don't like the person, can't really just stand in, these are the facts, can work with. Because my thing is talking about, oh, she started that her mouth was running. I'm sorry. The girl said, get away from me. Get her away from me. The help, just, I don't want to deal with her, and
Get
turned her
the
back
help
to
away.
her.
They get the help away from me. At the end of
Yeah.
the day, if you're trying to accost me, I would have called you worse than the help. I have never understood, and being fair, I will never understand why they complain and pretend like Candace's mouth is so lethal. It's not. It's child's play. I can only imagine. Can I think about it for a minute? What would they do if I ever tongue lashed them?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, what would they do? Because they cry
Right?
blood every time Candice says anything. Candice be playing with them. Candice
It's very light.
plays.
It's very quick. Like to me, like she don't even take herself seriously half the time she's saying these things, and yet they are like laid out. Someone done stole their
Oh,
firstborn and
she
sold it to the
loves
devil.
right. Ashley literally sat in that confessional tonight and said, Candice goes too far. Girl, if I'd ever got a hold to you, you would have known too far. You'd have known too far. You'd have been scared to come on that set again. Honestly. They cry about nothing. I was tickled actually when Candice told them to get Grover out of there. Buy Grover. I say not
What?
Grover.
Well, because my thing is like, so you're gonna run up on me because I called you Sesame Street last year, even though you were trying to be cute with it by
You
spending your
lied on my
money,
husband. You lied on
buying
my husband.
Elmos on Instagram.
Right.
Okay, Heather, you so upset? I'm gonna call you Grover now to your face. How about that? Grover, the help, if that's
That
what you
was
want.
funny to me. That was funny to me. That tickled me to death.
Well,
The
okay,
stuff
Miss Anisha,
Candace
and then
says, some of the stuff she
then she
said
set
ain't,
herself
some of the
up.
stuff Candace says is not even funny. Like it's just kiddie stuff. Like it's nothing. I mean, forget about my mouth. What would they do if they had to go back and forth with a Nene Leaks? What would they
They don't
have to
have
do
it.
if
They
they
don't have
had to
it.
go back and forth with a Phaedra Parks? Like, what would you do if there was an actual black woman giving you actual black woman shade? What would you do? Because Candace gives diet shade at best. Like it's really low calorie, and they
Yeah,
fried.
they didn't water my girl down because she used to read Ashley and Giselle DeFille from the Twitters. But regardless, you did
Mm-hmm.
all of this now, and now all the women are in their confessionals calling you Sesame Street again. Did all of that,
Hmm.
and now they are calling you Sesame Street again. I'm like, do we not learn? Because I will say, I don't. It don't hit me all the time, but I will say, girls can say something catchy, and they will run with it. And now you have prolonged your
Yeah.
humiliation.
Sometimes she can be a little catchy. Yeah. Sometimes she can be a little catchy, but it's always playful. Like it's never anything
That's what
that
I'm saying. It's
is
dumb.
gonna
It's
like
dumb,
send you to
playful.
therapy. It's never gonna. Yeah, it's never nothing that's gonna send you to therapy. It's nothing's gonna leave you in a fetal position sucking your thumb. Like never does she do that. She don't. I don't think she have it in her. I don't think she got it in her. Because what I've seen her do over the years has been very lightweight, very PG-13. Very. I want to say
Then also let's.
one of the most lethal
Mhm.
things she ever said, in my opinion, was to Ashley when she told that girl to go scratch. Now that one took me. I had to up and pay attention. Like you got it in you. I
She
was
said, "Take a
moved by.
test. Your man is itching." That's all.
Yeah, that's what she said. Your man is it. I said, Candice.
Mm,
That one got
mm,
my attention. I'm not even gonna hold you. That one got my attention. I ain't know what to say. I said, well, all right, Candice. All right. Yeah, this is what's up. But for the most part, the girl don't do that much. I didn't understand why that happened. But let me ask you this. Am I on magic mushrooms, or can you see where all of them were in on this except for Karen, Wendy, and Necrosis and Kierna? Those are the only people I think were not in on this. Am I tripping? If I'm tripping, let me know I'm tripping.
I think everyone. I do question a bit of Mia. Everyone else, though, I think knew something. But also, to me, regardless of everyone else being in on it, the fact that let's like not even people like, oh, conspiracy theories. Let's do the basis. Everyone knew. Regardless, though, there is tension between Deborah, Wendy, and Candace. So the main question is, why is this heifer here? And then when you add on to the fact that this is what it happened, and also we're not going to forget that that same evening, all of a sudden, a blogger had to roll up. Candace was, her mouth was so nasty and dangerous, and Deborah beat Kiana's behind, ready to go. That was already setting to go. Which is then like,
So
okay, people are
again,
in on this.
it's giving conspiracy, right?
We're in on this.
I think
It gives
Giselle,
that.
Robin, and Ashley put all that together.
Hey,
Do you think
L'Oreal.
Sharice was in on it?
Yes, because she was literally there trying to make a case for the bottle because she kept bringing up the bottle. Sharice brought up that
Uh-huh.
bottle no less than 3 times this episode. Big Reese was in on it. Big Reese showed up with a fake boot on her foot, pretending like Candice hurt her foot, like Candice was so out of control. First of all, Big Reese, Candice couldn't move you if she was driving a Ford F-150. You a big old solid girl. Oh, that girl ain't did nothing to you. She ain't hurt your foot. The fact that Big Reese put on all that doodle brown glitter and a boot, and showed up coming down the stairs to mention that bottle 3 times, like this girl who's 38 pounds and 12 ounces don't have a right to defend herself. Big Reese was absolutely in on it. She was.
Yeah.
Her and that heinous wig. Now I got beef with her new wig.
That's why I think those four right there.
I I'm a
Mia,
I'm
Mia
gonna
was
leave
in on it too.
Giselle for. I'm sorry.
Mia
I
was
think
in on it
Giselle was
too.
in on it, but Giselle don't have no alliance to nobody. Did y'all
But
see
that
how
ain't
they played?
but let's talk about what we saw. The night of, Mia went over there to do the same thing for Deborah, for Lord Goro, that Robert and Rings did for her after she attacked Wendy in Miami. Ran up to her after she was the aggressor to woo woo woo, you're the victim. That's exactly what
Mm-hmm.
she did to Lord Goro. He went running over there to say, you got too much to lose. As in what? I sin Guinea. How so? Because at the end of the day, she's the attacker. Why are you going to the attacker to say you got too much to lose, as though you're trying to tell her not to respond? To what thing now? You hit this girl in the face with a glass. So what are you telling her not to respond to? Are you telling her don't respond to that behind whipping Kierna gave her after she hit her in the face with a glass? So Mia was in on it. She told on herself. Robert was definitely in on it with her comment, well, I had decided to leave, and then flipped around and said Kierna was fighting somebody else's battles. Big Reese was in on it. I told you why. She mentioned the bottle 3 different times after having this girl in a bear hug, pretending like she took the bottle from her, when we saw footage of Ashley taking the bottle out of her hand. And Giselle was because she brought that little. Kai, I got an echo on you, baby.
You got echo on me?
Yeah, it was playing back. It's not doing it now. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
But Giselle was absolutely in on it because she brought her flunky, that little stink booty boy with that beanie on his head, looking like a glorified homeless pimp, talking about, oh, well, if she gonna be talking stuff, then she don't need to be ready for nothing. I can say whatever I want to say out my mouth. And again, they better be glad that they dealing with people like Wendy and Candice, because this was their first time with a Baltimore girl in the mix, and somebody done got papped all upside their head. All them whores was in on it. Nantucket
Wait.
didn't
Okay.
know. That's why she was over there telling the girl, this ain't the place, because she didn't know it was part of the plan. I'm just saying. This was a conspiracy. Hey, T. Monique.
I'd like to also bring up the fact that they're doing some nasty work with saying like, oh, where were Whitney and Candace with Kierna? Like, oh my God, they just
They
left her
didn't
out
do
there
that.
and da da
No,
da.
ma'am. No,
They
ma'am.
didn't do
That was
that.
not.
First of all, my
No,
thing
that was
is,
not they.
we
Listen, that was not
what?
they. That was Cal. That was Giselle's flunky. She brought him in to do that. He did that. The women
I
didn't
think
say
someone
that.
else
He
said it
did that.
too.
Who?
I'm trying. I felt like someone else other than him also
No,
said it.
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. When he
Okay.
did
Well,
that,
regardless though, they put him up
he
to
did
do
that.
that.
Big Reese jumped in and told him, I was holding Candice. Candice couldn't go nowhere. And after that, we saw everybody else kind of change the subject. He did that. Them women didn't do that.
Okay.
That was
Well,
all him.
him pushing that narrative, I don't like for the fact that it also tries to. Oh, I remember what I'm thinking about because Ashley was like, "Oh, they got into the middle of it when the event happened. They were outside, and Kiara was going to the ambulance, and Ashley was talking to a group of people, and they were talking about how like Kiana got into the middle of it, and that's how she got hit and all that kind of stuff. That's what I was thinking about. Because my thing
Mm-hmm.
is though, if your friend's throwing a drink, you hear the audio before the drink even gets thrown. As Wendy said, me, Kiana, and Nneka told her this is not the place, and your friend continued to go on and throw the drink afterwards. And because I'm telling her to stop, she gonna hit me in the face with a glass. It's over then. It's a wrap. This whole like, oh, she just threw some. No, 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 no. It was very clear in the audio we heard. Everyone told her this is not the place, and she continued, which means she wanted something to pop off. Something was supposed to pop off, and now that's what I was thinking about Ashley and the group of girls on the outside talking about like why would Kiana get involved? Like first of all, like someone does not deserve to be protected. Is weird.
I
And then
mean,
because
but Kiana was not protecting her And if I'm gonna be fair, it's not the place of any woman to protect another woman because they all grown. It was the to me what bothered me about that outside the club interaction was them already trying to spin the narrative. They hadn't even made it home. And they were already trying to spin the narrative that Kierna, this dainty
She
black
escalated it.
girl, even though she's a brawler, shout out to Kierna, you a brawler. And shout out to all the Baltimore girls, because we know how y'all get down. Okay, the toothless and the not toothless. We know how y'all get down. But they were trying to spin the narrative that she jumped in with her dainty, cute self, trying to be some superhero, some strong black woman coming in here to act like a professional wrestler. And that's not what that lady was doing. She was defending herself because Lord Goro, with her masculine self, hit her in the face with a glass. I didn't like that.
I didn't like it either.
That was
That's what I was
disgusting.
thinking about that. Because I was like, why are we sitting here acting like the boy didn't hit that girl in the face? Actually, you were just
I
in front
was
of the
most
bathroom.
disgusted with Kyle. I agree. Cal, Cal needed to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel like him and Giselle talked about all that nonsense while he was getting her ready. And he just needed to shut up. How can you say that that's that
Mm-hmm.
girl fault for her saying whatever words Candice want to use does not warrant anybody getting physical and putting their hands on her. If they can't handle her mouth, they just can't handle her mouth. But in this case,
Then don't
she
come
didn't even
around.
have no mouth for this girl. So y'all tried to run it and needed to shut up. All she said was, "Why is this girl
Mhm.
talking to me? Somebody get her." Now she
Right.
did
Get the
call her
help
the
away
help,
from me.
but that girl couldn't hear the help like that. And then you gonna get so mad over the help.
You
It
are
it
the
was
help.
just if you could tell it was premeditated. Ashley, to me, it's her time to go.
She
Chopper.
need to go.
She need to
Well,
go.
I will say this much. I think she must have at least felt as though um she was in danger of it. That would explain why she's hurrying up to let y'all know that she rubbing Michael feet every night. Which
Girl, no. Don't.
Girl,
Because
she
also,
had
this
her in that
whole.
dry storyline. She can go.
Yes, especially this whole, well, me and you did all of this. Oh, cancer the mouth, and she cuts to the white meat. Then all of a sudden, well, Deborah doubled down. I just can't be friends with her. Nah. The camera, as we said last time, the phone came out. Y'all thought there would be no recording of this. You could blame it all on Candace and probably Wendy as well. You thought you could get away with it and it would go smoothly. But since the camera recordings came out, and then it didn't help that you had that blog talking about cancer and all of this, and then the recording came afterwards. So that person didn't know that there was a video recording of it. You had to walk it back and step away from Deborah because I bet you if the cameras did not come out, Ashley would still be 10 publicly, because I think she's still friends with the girl. Publicly, she would still be 10 toes down for Deborah. Sesame Street, Grouch, Grover, whoever. She would still be 10 toes down with her publicly.
not
Because
only
I have
that,
never seen my timeline go in on Ashley like this, and the way in which
listen,
it feels like everyone knows, like, this is, girl, you set this up.
what's funny is I kind of remember the timeline when this first happened. Okay, I kind of remember the timeline when this first happened, and that video came out at light speed. It was so fast. Like before they could get it going good, the video was out. So they were still filming by the time they realized we had that video. They were still filming by the time they realized we had that video. I think that I don't know. I think that's when she decided, let me back off from being friends with her. Cause it was like you doubling down, but people have seen the video. And I don't know. I think Ashley may have overplayed her hand and screwed herself on this one. And even though I do believe sincerely that all of them were in on it, I think Ashley's going to basically have to be the one who to fall on her sword for this one because the girl is technically her friend. But
Hmm.
I think they were all in on it. I think they absolutely had a meeting. I think they absolutely decided, Ashley, this is what you tell her to do. And I think that Ashley is willing to throw her under the bus to try to keep her check. But the rest of them, they're not going down with Ashley. Ashley gonna have to wear this one on her own.
Yeah,
It's what
that's
I
why she was so apologetic. And then the simple fact that Giselle was like, they are so bothered that Candice and Wendy talks amongst themselves and does not talk or address to them. I mean, they are so upset. That was the biggest thing, dead giveaway, that Giselle said, was all of this chatter underneath. Come with it, come with it, come with it. Girl, they don't even want to address you no more. You are nothing to them. And she is so bothered
Well,
for the
she
simple
wants
fact
people
that they
to
don't
beg
address
for her
her.
attention. Yeah, she wants people to beg for her attention and kiss her behind to be around her.
Yeah,
And these ladies are clearly not for it.
they done.
They're done.
They done. And they gonna film with you and they can be cordial. But that's it. Nothing more and nothing less than that, baby. That's all you getting. It's dust. And she cannot deal with it. So I feel like they set this up. And Ashley is on her way, like you said, to fall on this sword by herself. And that was the biggest thing giveaway for me. You see how fast that Giselle
You saw
backpedaled?
Giselle say, "I'm mad about it. I'm upset about it."
She backpedaled at that table after the grand dame gave her speech.
Mm-hmm.
She backpedaled and she said, "Well, she had an alliance." Robert is always a dead giveaway because when it get hot in that kitchen, she quiet as kept. Robert ain't said a word. She's
Yep.
very much she fires back every single time. She can talk all that mess, but
Mm-hmm.
when it get thick, she hush, she quiet, she hiding. She do the same thing in her marriage. She do that every single time. She hides. So she was a dead giveaway. And
It
then
was.
Mia be lying. Baby Mia flip flop too, honey. She just bad as
She
Giselle.
did.
So let Ashley
Yep.
know. I'm
Because the
not
night
following
of,
you.
Mia was on with the plan. Once everything
Mm-hmm.
hit social media, Mia flipped so hard, child.
She flipped. And Giselle was gonna play her part all the way till they got to that table. She hyped Ashley up to be recorded on thing to make her take the file. They cold blooded. They cold
But
blooded.
they're just not smart.
They're not smart. It was a dead giveaway. I said, look at this here. I don't think they were thinking that NECA was gonna flip. Hmm.
Well, she didn't flip. They didn't let her know what the plan was.
They
She want
didn't.
to be down with them corny heifers, but they don't really like her, so they did not include her. She did not know what she was
Yeah.
supposed to say. They did not give her the script in her defense, and Lord knows I would never defend her if I didn't have to. But they did not tell her what to say.
So she
It
told the
wasn't
truth.
that I don't. Yep, she told the truth. And then she sprinkled some stupid in there. Like she had a chance to be on the right side of things. Wendy actually gave her an opportunity to be on the right side of things, gave her props and all. This dummy still gets in the confessional talking about, see, that Deborah could have really upset them by just ignoring them. How was she going to upset people that didn't want to talk to her? She would have made their
Yeah, didn't
by not.
realize she had done messed up. I don't know
It's
why
like
she want to be on their side.
dumb because she
Stupid.
dumb. That's a big dumb girl.
Okay. Because I haven't been able to listen to your trailer reaction yet, but I
Mhm.
remember when she said you tried to ice me out of this group. When? Where? She just be saying things, talking about
Never
oh
happened.
like ma'am, you actually built
She's dumb.
relationships talking about Wendy with almost everyone. That's how you built a relationship with the people on the show. And also, since you're such a fan, you would have known that Candace hadn't been
Like I
studying
said,
Sesame Street since last season. Last season, Ashley had to be like, Candace, why don't you want to talk to my attractive friend? Candace had not been bothering or even acknowledging Sesame Street. So the fact that we're going to act like she was so bothered at the fashion show when in the situation it really happened. But let's remember last season when Robin sat there, they're at Kieran's comedy show, and Robin said, that's the girl. All Candace said, oh, really? And kept it at that. Ashley and her friend were the ones trying to have this whole
right.
conversation, and Candace ignored them. So I don't know why we're pretending now that Candace
Yep.
is so bothered by her, and she just talking all this trash, and just Deborah had to. I'm like, you weren't even close enough. You had to walk over to her for this mess. I just
Well,
feel like
they
they,
had to
as you
play
said, they're
it
not
that
smart
way
and didn't plan
because
it.
they played it. They tried to play it that way because that was the plan. That was going to be the narrative. It wasn't true, but that was the game they were going to play. The problem is people have cell phones and they take videos now. That would be the problem. Production can't help you from a cell phone video. Production cannot edit a cell phone video. There's nothing anyone can do when a cell phone video goes viral, because that went viral. Everybody saw it. Everybody talks about it when it happened while they were still filming, way before the season started. So they had a plan as to what they were going to say. That was going to be the lie that they told on Candice. Candice was not going to be able to escape it. Andy Cohen was absolutely going to help them tell that lie and push that narrative. And, oh, people on social media think this and that. Candice, how do you feel? But we noticed that he's not asking though Team Yellow, hey, everybody on social media wants you tramps fired. How do you feel? He's not asking them that. So he was going to help them push this over the line. I wouldn't even put it past him to have known about it. And cell phone videos happen. Once the cell phone video happened, that was it. Game was over. It's unfortunate for them. They had a plan that just didn't, it didn't pan out.
And
Honey,
we
if
heard
I
the
have a
plot.
lawsuit so long for them heifers and Andy too. And Bravo too. And I think that's the biggest thing. And I think you're absolutely right that he probably knew all of those things. It's ridiculous. Just because Candice in her interviews and how she speaks up about the crap and the colorism and everything. Oh, they don't like that. Everything they done tried to pretty much do to that girl has not prospered. I don't know why they keep continuing on. Especially with this Sesame Street girl. She has failed at every turn. I would have never invited her to anything else. Especially if
Girl,
they
these
rolled the footage back and they saw that man was not even looking her way. The happy Eddie didn't stick. It didn't do nothing
but
but make Wendy some money. They got a whole happy Eddie business. Like
but here's the thing. I believe wasn't Kai, you should remember. Wasn't it at a reunion when Candice blatantly told Giselle, "You're not smart"? Wasn't it?
Yes, yes.
She told her, "You're not smart." She's
It was
not. They're
last
not. These
reunion.
are dumb girls.
they are.
That was the
And they
last one.
forget Candice is highly educated. She was working at the
No,
White
no,
House.
no, 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 no. They didn't forget. That's why they're angry.
Yeah, because girl, the way they
They
be.
didn't forget.
And Wendy, we know she's educated, honey. Miss Degrees. Child.
Okay,
I feel like also
but that's
with the
the
plot
whole.
part. Sorry,
No, go ahead,
you
baby.
like oh the plot part because I feel like I didn't watch your replay yet. Deborah, you came to your friend's fashion show in a onesie and your hair up in a ponytail.
Was
You
that a
came
onesie?
ready.
I thought it was a tank top
That
and
it
pants. That
seemed
was
like a unitard. It seemed like one of those little bodysuit unitard situations.
oh.
Where
She
so
did
things
look
can't just
like
get
she was
snatched
ready
off
to
on you and
fight, had
stuff
her
like
hair
that.
pulled up.
Yes.
She did. We
I
might need to
told
roll
you
that
she
back
was
and see if she even had on tennis shoes, but she
Yeah.
did.
she was fixed up like Lord Goro.
Yeah, the hair
That
was
was
up and everything. Yeah.
Mortal Kombat.
That girl want
Then
to be down so bad. Mia told her right though. I like. How do you not think that you can? I'm surprised she ain't gone to jail.
she came in there, get over here. She was doing all her Mortal Kombat moves, and
Why they talking about
it
Candice
didn't
with
work
a
out.
bottle? That girl had to get stitches. How is she not in jail?
Because Kierna didn't press charges.
Yeah.
Hmm. When she
That's
Honestly,
tagged
it.
though,
that
it's
butt,
weird because the ambulance was called, so I would think there would have been something, but we'll see. But yeah,
Kierna
that
I'm
didn't
was in
press
just like,
charges.
Texas. The
It's
state would have
been
picked it up
like it's
because
been
you ain't finna
almost a
play with
year.
that time.
yeah,
It's been almost a year, baby. If she was going to jail, she'd have been there.
yeah, sure, yeah.
It don't
Classification.
take that long to lock up nobody, baby. It
No, it
don't.
don't. It don't. It
Mm-mm.
don't. You're right.
Texas pull up charges on you. You whether you charge or not, they have you sign off saying you don't want to press none, then they press them. Cause you're not finna play with their tax money around here. She got lucky. She got
A
lucky.
lot.
But see, and that's why.
It really just depends on where you are.
Yeah.
Some states fight. Some states fights in a bar is just like it's just a barroom brawl. The police don't even get involved in that. You have to literally go to your state attorney or your district attorney and file charges. Like that's just reality. I'm from Florida.
Mhm.
You know, a fight in the club is just a fight. It's just a bar brawl. If you don't go to the state attorney, it ain't gonna be no charges most times. I know because we used to go to the bar. We used to go to the club just to fight.
Um, oh, did you now?
We'll catch you at the club because we know we're not going to jail. That type of stuff. So it's just, that may well be something she knew before she went there. Like, I can jump on Candice and beat her up, and she can't. I'm not gonna go to jail. She'll have to spend money to come after me.
Yeah, and then you're filming a reality show and all that kind of stuff. So I do think that the conversation that they had, that Karen and Wendy led at the Monarch thing, was pointed. And the fact of the matter is, you bring your thirsty, groupie friends who are so desperate for attention, willing to come on here and lie, and you plotting and planning with them, and now anyone could feel the need to pop up here. I want to be seen, I want to be noticed, and go off on somebody.
And just
That
attack
statement right
someone
there
because
is why I think Ashley gonna be fired. The grand dame.
Yeah, Karen actually was the one who made that statement. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Karen made
Yes,
an
she did.
excellent statement, and I'm glad she did. That was a point that needed to be put into the ether, honestly.
It did.
Because my thing is, as
Mm-hmm.
she said in her confessional, she has no business to be mad at Candace. She need to be mad at herself because you came on television. I'm sorry, I think she said this to Wendy when her and Wendy were prepping for the little meeting. You came on here lying about this woman's husband, and there's camera footage. You have no one to be angry at but yourself. You set yourself
Yeah,
up for this.
you played yourself. She really did play herself. She did. It's
And
just
that's
like,
also sorry.
no, go ahead,
You,
baby.
no, and see, that's also why Ashley's got to go. And we need to check the caliber of people we have on here, because Ashley's also, you a housewife and you on here bragging about how you don't care about fakes. You give real gutter ball trash, real dumpster divey, and you bring your dumpster divey friends with you, and then things go off to the left field. And we can't have that right now, especially on this show. And not especially on this show, but the fact that this is more so a show where it's supposed to be women who come from an accomplished family, who are accomplishing things themselves, who have things to lose. And the fact of the matter is, Ashley, the character that Ashley plays, she has none of that. And then you're bringing on people who seemingly also have nothing else to lose, so they will do anything.
Very true. And what's very interesting about that is Ashley didn't see any of this coming. They didn't see any of this coming. I think this is their first time trying to orchestrate an act of physical violence. I think what emboldened them to do that was that large Hispanic gentleman being able to attack Dr. Wendy last year and get away with it. I think that emboldened them. I think it was like, oh, that was great. Oh, the people that don't like them, that agree with us, they'll be so excited that she got attacked physically. I think that's what kind of emboldened them to pull that stunt. And it unfortunately for Ashley, it backfired. And I mean unfortunately when I say it, because I feel as though Ashley absolutely needs this job. Not because that man don't have money. I'm not even gonna play crazy. I looked into it and saw that he's a real colonizer. He goes into Africa, from indigenous areas, and steals from native people and from indigenous people. So he has money, ill-gotten and neo-colonialist, but absolutely has it. But I think that Ashley needs money because this man does not allow her to spend at will. He keeps her on an extremely short leash. It's a choke chain at this point. And at any moment, he can throw her to the dogs, and we will never know the truth about what's in her paperwork. So I think she does need to have something that she can took for a rainy day. And I think she needs to have money that she can spend that he does not control.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
think
it's
she should have thought about it before she
unfortunate.
done it. And I don't feel bad for her
She
because
absolutely should
look,
have.
look, 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 look.
I don't either.
When her mama arrived and she didn't know it, our best would have been out for me. But the fact that you
Yeah,
continue
she didn't
on
even
that
know her mama
nonsense
was
in front of
coming.
your mama with your disrespectful self, who raised you? That you was not raised right. Your mama, your uncle, and your auntie was up in there. You ought to be shamed. That's
Well,
just a
she
hot
wasn't
mess.
planning on. She wasn't planning on Sheila being there. Sheila surprised her. She thought Sheila was gonna be working.
Yep, and I'd have called it off. My mama up in her, baby. We ain't finna act no fool.
Well, I mean, Sister Underbridge has been around a scrape or two.
Oh, Jesus.
That's what I just said. It's a testament of who she is. I don't feel bad for him.
Well,
No,
she
no.
said her mama taught her how to play drinking games at the bar, honey. So this
And
is
I ain't
a
not
different
gonna be
mama.
partying with him. That's what I just said. That's a hot
Yeah,
mess.
I'm
I
just
don't
saying,
know though.
In all fairness, this is a different type of mama. Now, some of us had mamas that was making us go to choir rehearsal, and
I
we had to
done it
go
for
to
the
prayer
man.
meeting and Bible study, and her mama was teaching her how to play beer pong. Okay, so this
Yeah.
is a different type of mama. If we being
Mm-hmm,
fair,
mm-hmm.
it's a different type of mama.
I just thought that was just you're right though, but they've just been total disrespect for me.
Yeah,
Oh, they did not think it
I wouldn't
through.
have done it in front of Emma Lee either. If Emma
I'm
was there,
telling you.
I didn't even cut. You know, when I was, had a filthy mouth, I wouldn't even cuss in front of my mama. So I don't, I wouldn't have done it. You wouldn't have done it. But we also were not raised by Sister Underbridge. So,
Yeah. Oh, that's just a hot mess.
it is. But I
Uh-uh. And
still
now that I
say
think about it, Nneka is slow. She's slow.
she's
I see
very
it now.
slow. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's not bright. But I'm gonna say this though. Don't get me wrong. I don't feel bad for Ashley, but I am pointing out, and I'm being honest, it's unfortunate
It is.
because, and for a lot of reasons. One, because I do believe she needs some money, and I don't really relish the idea of nobody losing their money, especially when you got children, especially when men are not reliable. I don't care how much they got, a man is not reliable like
Mm-hmm.
that. So that's unfortunate to me. The other reason I feel like it's unfortunate is because I don't believe that she hatched this plot on her own. I don't.
True.
There were too many co-conspirators, but she's going to be the one to take all the charges. And that's my issue. They clearly, from what we watched this evening, they were all in on it,
Hmm.
all of them. But she's
How did
going
you
to be
feel
the one
about
who
when
is.
how did you
Hmm?
feel about when they showed that clip of Giselle laughing when Robin asked her how did she feel and she said, "Oh, Robin, you're always a victim," and Giselle laughed.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
They did
It
some
was when they're in the DR.
flashbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did some
Oh,
flashbacks.
listen, I ain't being funny. I'm not going back to the DR. They took us through too much with these trips. I'm not going back.
Hey
I'm glad
man, I
this season
said, look
over.
at that.
I'm not that petty.
Listen.
If I reference anything from earlier in this season, it's gonna be directly straight line related to what's going on right this minute. I am not going backwards in this season.
I was just
Absolutely
surprised they
not.
ran all that
We've
back.
been here talking about this season since November the 5th. The devil is a lie and the
Oh,
truth ain't in him. He's not going
oh,
backwards.
okay, well,
No, ma'am.
I think this is the line. I think, as you said, it's unfortunate because when I'm looking back at it, of why we got the birthday montage, we got her coming out after reunion, which I actually play games. I don't trust her with anything, but I had never seen her talk that way after reunion. And then we see the reunion trailer where when he's in there talking to her about the OSU stuff. I think, and then we see how the fight. To me, I was astonished that there's a sizable amount of people on social media who feel like Ashley has got to go. Even people who don't like the other women, a Candice or a Wendy, feel like Ashley has got to go. I feel like she, as you said, did not do herself any favors, and it's quite unfortunate when you look at it as a whole from
Yep.
how she started off the season with that Osu stuff, and that how we're ending up here in a physical altercation. And you want to talk about people's mouths? I think she did not do herself any favors because I was gonna wonder if Wendy was gonna like talk to Ashley about that situation. And that again with the fight thing, I think those two things don't work well. And then also you're hiding behind this divorce, not divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I had almost forgot about her being the one to bring the xenophobia to the screen, bringing up an archaic caste system that should not be discussed on American television ever. Like that was so far out of line, so far out of line. Like why would that ever be on American TV? I'm never getting over that. That was so out of pocket. How do you even have such a conversation? How do you even broach such a subject? How do you go dig up gossip from a now defunct YouTube channel blogger to bring it to the screen to ask such a question or to try to engage in such a conversation? That was She really was the one that initially opened the can for the xenophobia that we all had to endure this season.
She got to
Yeah.
go.
So yeah, I
But
think
this is her MO. She's done it every season. She's just gotten real classless.
I mean, she was
it's
born
just,
classy. She was born that
yeah.
way.
I don't think it's
But
classic.
this
I just think
the whole xenophobia bag, I think it screwed Bravo in a really bad way,
yeah,
especially after that business article, after that writer so eloquently peeled the skin off their backs, and
Yes,
then
she did.
this concerted effort uh um to make an attempt to a physical attack on Candice, a full-time cast member, by somebody who's not even a friend of, brought there by Ashley. I think you got a point. These are two heavy blows. If she don't lose her job behind this, I won't be shocked, but I'll be a little surprised. Like,
yeah. I
they
mean, just
are
because
dedicated
I feel like,
to television.
well, that's why L'Oreal. I was gonna say, is it L'Oreal? Yeah. I was gonna say the fact of the matter is, I don't think she's gotten classless. I just think she has quote unquote the complexion for protection. Because I'm sorry, the way in which Ash has been able to get away with talking about her husband, has a flirtatious relationship with someone who says they assaulted him. The way she's been able to get away with talking about people's husbands' private parts and bank accounts and all this kind of stuff. I just feel like those are things other women would not be able to get away with. But as Miss Seanitra said, it's kind of like a notable outside source is saying this is a bridge too far, and I think that has to raise awareness for Bravo's execs. And then we have the ratings going down after this was supposed to be, one of the new crowning jewels and all that kind of stuff. I think doesn't help. And the fact of the matter is, Ashley's not even giving her like the most messiest part of Ashley when it comes to like her without the other women was Michael, and we're not even getting that now. So then, what are you here for? If you're gonna bring xenophobia to us, and we have to deal with Essence writing whole articles about us.
She ain't nothing with that Michael.
Yeah, but
And don't forget, Michael getting away
yeah,
with grabbing
because
them
like,
producers behind.
well, I mean, he's got enough money to get away with it,
He
and
done got
we
away with
know,
a lot.
yeah, he has the right ethnicity and the right complexion to get away with heinous crimes. Like, that's historically accurate. This is what these people do. Hey, Ian, the court junkie, thank you for being 215. Of a truth, um, she is classless, absolutely. But like I said, she was born that way. And when I said that, I meant it from the depths of my soul, and the fact that she came on this show classless. I never liked her from the first time I saw her. She just looked so dingy and barflyish from day one. I've always called her a dingy little barfly. Bravo is
She
not had
did.
they've never had a problem with her being the dingy, classless barfly. They act like they loved it. I think this time I agree with both of y'all. She's absolutely classless, but I absolutely believe what Kai is saying is true. She brought too much negative, widespread backlash and on hot button items that it's going to be hard to sweep under a rug. It's going to be hard. You
Yeah.
brought in xenophobia. You had to admit on camera that you lied on necrosis. She didn't say that. I just said she said that. I don't know why I said that. You opened up that door, and once it was open, Wendy was not letting them off the hook at all, and neither was the rest of America, and neither was the West, neither was the rest of the ladies in this country who are West African. Like, nobody was letting that one go. And then the physical attack. You literally brought this girl here to attack. She came in a wife beater and jeggings and pulled her hair back in a ponytail. Like that. That's typical hood booger. I'll meet you at the bus stop fighting attire. She came to fight.
Hmm.
Honestly.
You're right. I see why their daddy didn't want nothing to do with him.
Well, that ain't have nothing to do with it. That man didn't know what type of girl she turned out to be because he dumped Sheila the minute she turned up pregnant. So Ashley
Yep.
could have honestly been born a Doberman Pinscher. He wouldn't have known.
Who
He
raised
been
you? That's account to who her mother is, who raised you, who you feel comfortable in acting a fool tonight in front of your mama. That's what I'm saying.
mm-hmm.
Sometimes it ain't want nothing to do with them folks, is what I'm saying.
Oh no. But my thing is he absolutely wanted something to do with her because had he
Yep.
not had something to do with her, Ashley would not be here. Oh, you can absolutely come up, darling. Let me put the stream yard in the chat. Hi,
Yeah,
Teresa.
who's joined the party?
Yes, absolutely. But he wanted something to do with her. And that's what y'all have to realize. Just because a woman is trash, it doesn't mean that a man won't have something to do with her. Men have
Oh, I know
beautiful,
that. I'm talking about
wholesome.
for the long run.
Hold
Yeah, I know
on.
they. I know
Men
he
have
did something with her.
beautiful. They will have whole, beautiful, accomplished,
Oh
classy,
yeah, I
well
know.
traveled, cultured wives at home and go play in the mud with trash. They do
I'm
it
talking
all
about
the
for the
time.
long run. For the long
I
run.
mean, but this is the problem. You can't put any bearing on a man's view of a woman as her value. I'm just saying the truth. And the truth of the matter is there are men that will actually marry trash and bring it home to their mama. So it
Mm,
had
mm.
nothing to do with that. I just want to be very clear because I don't ever want to come across as though we're giving this man a pat on the back for impregnating a woman and then leaving her beside the road like a gyp dog, because that's what he did. That's what he did. It wasn't, oh, that's why he don't want to be. No, he didn't want to be bothered because he's a typical trash, disgusting man. That's kind of what men are. Most of them. Trash. Which
Um,
is why I can't figure out why so many of you young ladies insist on trusting men. I don't know who taught y'all that, but usually, according to my mama, if they're breathing, they're lying.
Miss Seanitra, you might have to find something first. 'Cause I saw it earlier in the chat, but I saw it again about them saying that Ashley went live on Instagram trying to debunk her, orchestrating this with Deborah.
Oh,
Tonight?
she tried. When was this? Tonight?
I guess they're saying tonight. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh, child.
Well,
She
The
gonna
people in
be
the
somebody
chat
gonna
tell
tired.
us about
send
it.
it to me because I sure want to see it.
I want to see it too. The people in the chat was saying it. I'm trying to,
Y'all need this.
She
One of y'all send it to me if it happened tonight.
she about to lose her job.
I I mean, while I do want her off my screen, I'm not gonna revel in the fact that she not gonna have no money of her own because Michael is not trustworthy. Auntie Eva said yes, it was tonight.
okay, it
Mm.
was.
I just
Yeah,
read an article
we take it out.
saying that she was moving forward with that 10. What he supposed to have? $20 million. I
What
didn't
they got
read
to
it.
do
I
with
just
what?
read the headline that said that she was moving forward with the divorce with Michael. She
I
said
don't care what she
to
say.
get 10
We
million
ain't
of the
seen it.
20.
We ain't seen it. We need to
Yeah,
see her actually do it. She been telling us she
Mm.
finna divorce this man for how long? So her saying she
almost two
gonna do
years
it don't mean
now or
nothing to me.
over.
She don't need to be promotional marriage papers. How long ago you done filed them? What kind of mess is this? Let that hotel. She was supposed to sign them papers by December gone.
True. Now,
So
do you
I
think
don't
Mia
believe
took
nothing that
Jordan
Trump say
money?
until we see them. Until we see what you mean.
You think Mia took Gordon
What do
money
you
and gave
mean?
some of that to her little boyfriend?
I
That's
mean,
nothing
but
but
who
stunts and
alleged that? I didn't
shows.
hear nobody allege that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear nobody
What
allege that. Who alleged that?
alleged
Who
what?
said
That
that?
Mia took me? I'm
Yeah,
asking. My
I never
mind,
heard a story about her taking his money. When that happened?
my mind thought she been, this
Oh,
is
that's
my
something
witness.
you thought of.
Yes,
Oh,
my woman intuition said this
why
was
you
her
up here making
boyfriend,
up
her love,
stuff?
her life,
Don't
her
listen.
soulmate.
Don't
It's Gordon
listen.
say. You think?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Cause that's what them other people do. Don't let me say this. Don't do that over here,
Mm.
please. At
You
least
want to do
let's deal
straight
with
facts, no
straight
hypothetical.
facts. No, we can come up with theories, but let's at least base the theories on something that's in front of us.
Oh no,
Ain't
this is my
nobody came
theory.
up with that.
This is my theory in my mind.
Yeah, don't do that. We got enough people doing that on social media. Don't do that over here. Cause y'all just got through doing that with one of them royal whores over there in England. Y'all done made up a whole story. Turned out the heifer got cancer. Teresa Subley said it's not letting you get in. Okay, so Teresa, this what you do. When you hit it, you gotta choose like whether you're gonna use your Google or your YouTube. You can pick either one, right? And then it's gonna ask for your permission to use your camera and microphone. You have to say yes to give it permission. And then you type in how you want your name to show up, and then it'll let you in. Try it again. Try it again. I'm gonna wait right here for you, boo. But yeah, I don't like that. We got, it's too much of that going on. Black people are out of control
Yeah.
on right now, making up stories on people. Please don't do that.
But to me, the main thing I got from that is that like I can't take people are like me is going to be the face or like prominent. I personally feel like I can't take that because it's a problem to me when a housewife. I feel like I can't trust anything she says if she's talking about someone else and the person's not in the room.
Well, here's the
And even
thing. You know, we all know, we've covered it with the behaviors. Mia is a biracial or multiracial lady, so she's allowed to tell lies on people. Period. Phaedra repeated a rumor, and they've been calling her all kind of vicious names ever since. Okay, is this Teresa?
Yes, it's me. I was trying to get in.
Okay. I'm glad I was able to help you get up here. Okay, sis, we gonna
Okay.
hush. Tell me what you think about what's going on with this show and this mess, please.
I've been waiting for you to come on because I just got here. I've been waiting for you and I just caught you like now. I'm like, man, I've been waiting for her ever since that show went off tonight.
Girl, listen, when the show go off, I come on right after. We've been here for 2 hours.
I don't know how I missed you. I guess
Did you set your notification bell and click
I
all?
I didn't. I guess I forgot because I was cooking and stuff. I forgot.
See?
Normally I catch you though. But I'm just surprised when I saw Ashley faking up there. I mean, she was faking talking about Candy. You just done too much or whatever the little remark she made. You overdid it this time or something
Come
like
on,
that.
you go too far.
Yeah, that pissed me off. I'm tired of Ashley. She needs to move back in the house with Michael if she can't, because they do need to let her go. She don't deserve to be on this show. And then when they asked why did Candy pick up that bottle, she picked it up to defend herself. She should have picked it up.
Show shoulda.
I don't believe in violence, but I probably would have. Candy should have hit somebody with it.
I believe in defending yourself. I don't think a woman defending herself is violent.
Right,
To me, that's not violent. You're defending yourself from violence. That's like certain politicians who shall remain nameless who make this big thing. Oh, y'all can't have firearms, but the criminals got them. So you
mm,
mean to tell me they can have them to rob and kill me, but I can't defend myself like that? I don't believe in that. I believe if you are under physical threat, you have every right. That's your human rights to defend yourself.
right.
Human rights.
I
That Bora thing is very masculine. It looks mannish. I'm
mm,
not sure what it is, but everything that everybody told me it looked just like it. That
right.
girl don't need to be trying to tussle with that thing.
You right. You right. Cause she looked like some kind of beast, animal.
Ooh, yes. Girl.
I mean, and I feel sorry for what's her name, Kiara, the other girl that
Kierna.
yeah,
Child, Kierna said, I'm fine. She was telling them she was fine, just get up out of here because she was mad. I think Kierna was more angry than
right,
hurt. She was pissed. Like, girl, I know you didn't scratch this face.
right. Yeah.
I say, tell them, Kierna.
I mean,
Don't be hitting pretty girls. Don't be thinking just because a girl pretty, she won't beat your tail. See, a
right.
lot of them, if y'all notice, a lot of them wildebeests, they always go for bad.
Mm-hmm.
They always want to go for bad. They always want to feel like the pretty girl got to be scared of you or supposed to back down. Just because you ugly do not mean you intimidating, baby. You just unfortunate looking. That's all.
Right. And I believe
Mhm.
I believe they all knew. Giselle looked like she knew what was going on. They just mad
Yeah,
they can't get beat up. That's what they wanted. They didn't get what they wanted.
they didn't get to touch Candice.
Right.
Yep, they did not get to touch Candice. That's what they meant about.
But I hope she tell all of
And
them
I'm
on.
not the biggest all the time. She have her moments. But I'm gonna say this: they had no right to be trying to attack that girl.
Right.
That was wrong.
In the wrong place for that to happen too. But I'm glad it
Yeah,
happened there. I'm glad it happened there because she had someone to help her.
to record it too,
Yeah, that part.
because they had a plan to lie on that girl. They was gonna lie on Candice, baby,
Right, right. You're so
and
right. I
all
forgot.
of them had been already agreed to tell the same lie
Right.
and go with the same narrative. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad it happened. I'm glad it happened there. That was
That's
the right.
crazy, but mhm. I agree, sis. I sure
Thank
agree.
you for
Hmm.
come up
So
How y'all
what you
doing?
thought about
I said thank you for letting me
girl, we
come up.
good. Listen, you can come up anytime I put down the stream yard, you welcome to come up. But now don't go nowhere yet.
I'm
What you
not.
think about G letting us know that the outside man think that the oldest baby is his child?
I'm shocked
Me
because
too.
I was really taken aback with that because I'm like, first of all, you don't let nobody come into your relationship like that. So he was asking for something to happen by giving her the opportunity to sleep around. You open, but you open up that door for her to do whatever happened because you gave her permission to go out and cheat.
You don't think he had to since his old captain wouldn't salute no more?
He should have just let her go. I mean, let
But
her
she
go.
didn't want to go.
It's because of the money. Well,
Right.
she said he didn't have any money. She said she been giving him money.
She lied.
But
She
yeah,
lied.
I don't know. I was shocked by that because there is no way. You said like they've been going all these years. They act like they had a happy marriage, and the whole time she been sleeping around with
She
somebody
been
else.
hunching on that man the whole time.
That's
Whole time she been hunching.
He's upset. So he shouldn't have let it happen. But he seemed happy at the reunion though. He's speaking to the guy, telling him, hey.
Yeah, he told him ain't no even being mad with him. But
Right.
I will tell you what it looked like based on what we see and what we've heard.
Mhm.
They say they've been married 11 years.
Right.
She been hunching this man the whole time.
Right.
Whole time. Right?
Right.
What it gives, and then Mia's told us he's somebody from her past.
Since high
Baby,
school.
son, like he's somebody from your present.
Right.
Now, what is given to me is what is given to me is that's her man. And they had an agreement that she had his permission to marry Gordon so they could have access to bread.
Oh
It's
wow.
not giving that this was Gordon woman and she was tricking. Hey, Sabrina Osman, it's giving that this was Ink woman and she was allowed to marry Gordon.
Mm.
That's what it's get. I'm just saying.
You
That's what I was trying to say. My
you
theory was,
you right.
But
but
that
I
ain't
didn't
what
say
you
it
said,
that
though.
eloquently. I didn't say it right, but that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
because I don't want no false narratives. Because next thing it'll be where I was watching
Well,
Seanitra and they said
I
that
didn't
she
have the
took
right
that
word.
man
I didn't
money.
have the right words, but it
Because
looked
I'm
like
like, took his
that's her
money. Who
man.
said that?
Yeah, that's her real man. And
Right.
she talking about it's time to come home. That's what it gave.
Actually what she said was what she actually said was that the boyfriend Ink never married anybody and now he's ready. And so I'm sitting there like ready. So you was waiting on him to be ready for a relationship. Like she never finished the statement.
When
I
she was
only had stopped. Listen, L'Oreal, I only stopped you because I didn't want that out there that I'm saying that she done stole some money from that man because I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that. I'm not saying that.
she said
But
he was ready. Whenever she was ready to come back to him.
what you mean come back? Y'all, she never left him. That's been her man the whole.
I guess whenever
Y'all,
she was ready to
y'all
leave,
heard what Gordon said. Gordon said the children said Mama was in the bed with Mr. Ink.
that's true.
Why Mama trying to replace you with Mr. Ink?
Well, I guess officially. Maybe
This
she
is foolishness.
when it was officially over.
Okay,
But
let me ask y'all this. Okay,
Oh
I ain't
god,
gonna ask
she done
how
popped the
old nobody.
tongue.
Kai, I know you too young to know about this, but
Okay.
L'Oreal and Teresa, do y'all remember that song by Wilson Meadows, "Still My Love"?
yeah, I don't.
You don't know about that? Okay, so it's one of them. It's one of them Southern soul blues songs or whatever, and
Mhm.
so it's basically about this man telling the other man, like, "Yeah, she with you, but that's still my woman."
Oh.
This
Mm.
is what this is giving. Like, child, she in your house, but that's still my woman.
Wow.
Okay, wait. You know what? See, now I have a
Part
question
of
though.
the song say she come by here, and part of that song say she come by here when she want what she want when she want it. Cause it's still my love. And I was like, oh, are we
Oh.
watching this song play?
Mm.
So now, do we think basically that Mia is finally like doing this divorce or whatever? Because she also has not signed no papers or filed for like separation because we're saying Ink is now ready to actually be married. Because also, I'm like, what was the House of Cards where y'all now just blasting each other? When you came on, he was retired. You were the CEO. He was spending 10,000 a night on you at the club, and now he was spending ridiculous. He was reckless with the money. You need to take responsibility for why your family kicked you out your business. Like, what was the House of Cards where Mia was like, and now we blasting each other in our little kitchen now.
He don't have access to the money no more.
He's doing
That's
his.
the House of Cards. Like, what y'all not understanding? This
Well, because
girl
my thing
said,
is, then she's sitting there lying, saying, "Oh, if it was about the money, I would have left 6, 7 years ago." And I'm like, "Heifer, what are you
it's
talking about?"
called a lie because it.
Okay,
But
okay,
notice
okay. So
what
we
she
hear each
did
other.
not say. But notice what she did not say. She didn't say 7, 8 years ago wasn't no money. She said 7, 8 years ago he was spending reckless. You didn't care about him spending reckless as long as you still had access to the money.
Right.
Once he didn't have access to the money, you was ready to go. And like I told y'all, I don't have a problem with that. Some people don't
Oh,
like girls digging for gold. I say dig for gold, platinum, rhodium, silver, copper, brass, all the minerals, cobalt, cadmium, nickel, dig for all of them. And when there's no more resources, hit the road, Jack.
Don't you come back?
No more, no more. Okay. And don't even apologize because guess what? The reason I don't have no pity and no understanding for that, number one, Gordon had a wife. You left the wife of your
mhm.
youth. This girl who was a sack chaser. Now that your sack is empty, I don't want to hear no crying. That's number one. Number two, these men will marry you when your body is doing what it do, and you got an old cola. And the minute that cola turns to a keg, they out the door and they not apologizing, and they're not even gonna feel sorry telling you, well, I got with you when you was fine, and you ain't fine no more. And this young girl over here is fine. So I'm leaving for that because you ain't got what I came here for.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ask me what's good for the goose, is good for the gander.
Well, by looking at her body, head to toe, she had a good grip on the money too. By looking at her, all the
Who?
plastic, Mia, she was
Child,
enjoying
Gordon paid. First of all, no, sis, no, no, no. Girl, you
going.
wasn't over here on the porch that night. So
Uh,
we pulled her up on say yes to the dress.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. When she was getting ready to marry Gordon, when she was still Mia Fields, before she went and got that good bleach and a Brillo pad and scraped the little bit of black she had off. You
oh,
understand me?
I didn't
And
see that.
she hadn't had all them surgeries, sis. So all them surgeries she got,
Uh,
Gordon paid for them.
oh,
She ain't had no money to pay for no surgeries. That was a po-ho from the gutter if I ever seen one. That's what she was. The surgery she got, Gordon paid for it. The bleach that she used, whether it was Fair and White, Cara White, or whether she went and got the IV treatment, Gordon paid for that to turn her into Edward James almost.
okay,
And
okay,
put that Oscar Mayer sandwich meat on her mouth for lips. Gordon did that. Gordon
mm,
did that, baby.
okay. So
Mm-hmm.
money was okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know about the yes for the dress stuff. I don't know
Oh
now.
yeah, girl.
Let me see if I can find the picture, girl. I think I still
Yeah,
have it. I don't know.
I
I
done
don't know.
saw it. You gotta go see it.
But Teresa ain't seen it. So hold on.
I kind of late.
That's all right, Risa. Let me see if I can find it, girl.
Okay, because
You
I
know,
was
my
look.
mind ain't sharp as it used to be, but I believe I still got it. I'm gonna look.
That is
Hold on.
crazy. Is that when she was getting ready to marry Gordon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was her
That's
and Ashley
what
who did say yes to the dress.
what?
I'm trying to tell you. trying to tell you.
Ashley, crazy Ashley.
She turned herself into a handsome yeti. She was yeah, she did. She didn't always look like that.
Okay.
She didn't.
Oh wow.
You got me over here hollering, not a handsome yeti.
I'm trying to pull it up right now. I'm going through my pictures on this computer.
Ooh.
See if I still got it. Because every now and then I will go through and do. I'm just saying now. I'm just saying.
I might have to go look that up if you can't find it, because now you have me real curious.
Because whatever whatever done went on, Gordon was paying.
No, wait. Now watch him. Now watch him get some money when she leaves. Are they out now? Technically, are they already divorced? Are they? So they're already not to. They're not together at this point, right?
No, no,
I don't know. She engaged.
they not divorced.
Oh
They
wow.
still going through it. Girl, let me tell you something. Paper covers rock. You can holler about you if you're engaged to somebody, but until you get that paper, you're not engaged. You just wearing a rock.
Yeah.
Oh wow. See, I didn't know she was engaged to the
Y'all
guy.
done played rock, paper, scissors before. Paper cover rock.
Yeah, it does. I'm scared of her and Ink,
She called herself.
Mr. Ink. He,
Oh, yeah, that's what the children call him, Mr. Ink.
does she have 3
What's
kids?
wrong with this computer? Okay. I was like, what's going on? I don't know how many children she got. She got a parcel of them. The problem is we don't know who their pappy is.
I
Hey,
think it
Sharon.
is 3.
She don't know either, probably.
That's what I
I
was
don't
gonna
know how
say. It
many.
probably ain't ink either.
Right. Right.
Ain't no children.
That's
Wow.
why her face got stuck.
All I know is she got a. All I know is she got a parcel of children.
Wow. But I'm sure they're gonna be talking about her.
I think it's G in denial more than anything.
No, he ain't in no denial. G didn't sound like he was in denial to me. He told her to her face. How come Ink think that's his child?
Right?
I'm talking about the whole thing. Like he would allow her to choose anyone but that man. He don't want her to choose nobody who he knows she really loves. You know what I mean?
He told her, don't put it in his face. And I'm gonna tell you like this: I grew up around men just like G, and that's the kind of stuff they tell you. You do what you
Right.
do, but don't put it in their face. And she did just that. He told her don't put the churn in it. She did just that. So basically, she couldn't even respect the game he was trying to lay down. But at the same time, Gordon, that's what you get. You should have stayed with your wife.
Right.
True.
Because he told her to be discreet. Oh, that's what he said. Yeah, be discreet. Yep, you're right. And she was all out
And
in
he literally repeated and said, "Don't put it in my face." And she put
right.
it in his face and
Yeah.
told him that the man was her soulmate. Girl, you was asking for trouble.
Right.
He was asking for trouble getting her out the strip club. It's no
Hello,
honor among thieves. It's no honor
show
among thieves.
ain't no honor among hoes either.
That's what I'm saying. He was one and she was one. Like that's
Yeah.
what I
Thank
mean
you.
by his denial of the situation of
Oh,
brother. What
because
did you
on the
think was
real,
going to happen with this setup that you think you setting up?
Trying to turn the
child,
whole
he
into
thought
right.
Yeah, that don't work, brother.
he could control that hoe.
Yeah,
Yep.
he
He
did
thought he could control her. That's the problem.
with that money with
In
his
reality, he should have remained with his wife.
you right.
You left your wife for a hoe.
You right.
What
Mm-hmm.
did you think, sir?
Right.
Whatever were you thinking?
She didn't go to the
I
TMZ
don't.
on his dime. He up there hollering and crying.
He went to the you know what?
He- I thought he put the TV.
He was
Mm-hmm.
What other interesting part happened tonight. Nothing else exciting really happened on that show tonight, did it? Did I miss?
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to pull this thing up. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Wait. I had it pulled up TikTok, and I'm never getting that. I just feel like I'm too grown for little kid stuff. But that's where it is. I'm gonna pull up this one because that way it won't really have too much in it. I can just turn the sound down. Make sure the sound is off. Okay, here we go. Let me share the screen real fast. Hopefully it go ahead and pull up. It's trying to pull up. There we go. That's her right there. You see her?
Oh, that's Mia.
Do you see her?
Yes.
With Gordon. And look
In
how dark she was.
Oh,
the red. Look at her.
she look like a totally different. Well,
Mm.
oh my. I want.
Yeah. It's a hot
That's
mess.
Mia. That's Mia.
Oh
That is
wow.
Mia. That right there is what I'm trying to tell you. She didn't have no
Oh my.
bunch of surgeries or nothing like that. The surgeries that she was able to get, Gordon paid.
I see.
That's what she
Oh,
looked like.
wow. All I
Hmm.
can say,
That
should
right
have
there.
stayed.
And I'm gonna tell you that I huh?
She should have kept that look. She
It
should have
was
kept
better
that
than the
up.
look she got now. But she
Right.
needed that black. No, she didn't want no black on her.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
She didn't want no black on her. You know,
Oh,
she
that.
did not want to look like her black mama. She didn't.
Oh, that's why she
Mm-mm.
there now. See, that's why she hang with Giselle and Robin.
Now you get it. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna tell you something else that was very telling about that episode. You could Google it and find it. It ain't hard. Just type her name and put "say yes to address," and you'll be able to see the episode.
I'm gonna.
Now, here's the thing: what's interesting? Jackie wasn't there. Y'all so friend. Why your friend wasn't at your appointment with you with your bridesmaids to get your dress? Where was friend?
Oh yeah, the girl that she grew up with, that she stayed with. They took her in.
So they say, right?
Right.
They so close. So they say, right?
Right.
How come she wasn't there?
It
Why
make
she wasn't one of your bridesmaids?
that's a point. You have a point there.
They be
Yeah,
lying.
something wrong with that picture. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. They do. Mia is a big liar. What you call her? That big old, that giant, whatever you call her, big feet. You be talking about her so bad. She's a
That
big liar.
large Hispanic gentleman.
Yeah.
Oh, not your twins, mama. Thank you so much for the cash app, sis. Let me send a heart back. Let me send a heart.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. What's her name? Joy Star.
J Star,
J
Jai
Star.
Star.
Jai.
Jai said I wouldn't be. I said, wouldn't it be crazy if G and Ink did a paternity test on the boy and neither one of them was the daddy? I wouldn't be surprised.
Me either.
That's how it go.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. I wouldn't either. Neither
But
would
Mo-
Gordon asked for all of this. Gordon asked for this because you could have stayed home.
Yeah, you right. But probably had a good wife too.
More than likely.
Hmm.
More than likely. That's why I told y'all men like trash.
Yep.
Gordon didn't just go play with trash. He left his wife and brought the trash in the house
Yes.
instead of leaving it on the curb.
See.
Mm. And
John
you
say
see
I
how
hope
she tried to talk about
is getting a
he
good laugh at G. I hope she laughing at him too. What you say, L'Oreal?
did you see how she said G was excessively spending the money? And then
But
she
it's
felt like that he did not need to sue his family. I said,
that's just something she's making up.
She's trying to make it look bad.
Yeah, she trying to come up with anything to justify that she going off with her real man.
Right.
That's all. I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing, but I understand, girl. Just don't lie. Don't claim. I'm trying not to laugh at this, but girl, just go be with your man and stop lying. Just what you
Right.
lying for?
If that's
Tell him
if
like it was like it is. Just tell him like it is. You were never my man. You was a
right.
paymaster.
Mm.
You was willing to leave your wife and put me on the permanent payroll. So I was down for the cause. This was my man. This always been my man. And now that your money gone, I'm going back to my man full
Okay.
time. Because I was with him the whole time, but now I'm finna go back full time. That's all she got to do. Tell him like it is. Because Gordon ain't doing no tripping now. He's like, look, if you don't want to be here, I ain't gonna hold you.
He need to take a DNA on all them kids now.
You
Talking about,
ain't lying, because probably ain't none of them here.
mm-hmm.
yeah.
Because by the time old Cap means saluting, he probably was already shooting blanks.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. He has to go about paying no child support. Go and let her go.
Yeah, check all them children. Check all them G. Because
Wow.
I tell you.
That was
he done brought that manger thing in his house and you done knocked the fleas off Fluffy a couple times, but you don't know if them children yours.
that's true.
Mm-mm.
But he was really hurt. I looked at his face. I said, wow, he is really hurt.
Well, I mean, he's hurt by his own decisions, though.
I know.
Right.
If the cameras wasn't there, I think he would have really acted a fool.
I do too. He looked at them cameras. He thought about it, didn't
Right. That's
he?
what right.
I was like,
Yeah. Thought he was gonna really clown.
Mm.
Hmm.
He got down though. He said, "You want fair? Go to the carnival."
Right?
He did.
He got
And
down. He
did.
got down.
He did
Woo.
say that. He did say that.
Oh.
Looking out
Which
crazy,
is,
blinking an eye. Got to sleep in Juju room. She tired of sleep.
yeah. What I
Or
didn't understand is why would you want to sleep in the same room with him? Didn't you pretend?
All those years, why you ain't stop pretending now?
she don't want him in the house. That's what that is.
Child, the people on Twitter is wearing Ashley out. Somebody say
Uh-oh.
looking at the fight video and said, "Wait, so Ashley Messy A lied and said she didn't see what really happened, but B, you was standing right the f there. Do y'all can cuss
What?
when your friend threw the drink on Candice and was shocked. I'm sorry, Ashley need to go. Oh my.
Oh,
Oh wow. She is a liar. That's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, she
Yeah.
always have been.
evil. Ashley is a little evil little devil.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about Candy, she just is messy. A messier. If you can't know what you
Yeah.
Ashley, you got to watch your back for real.
Oh yeah.
And then she sit there and make us and talking like, I did not know this was gonna happen. Yes, you did. I'm sure you and Deb, that's your good friend. Y'all talk. There is no way in the world you can say you did not know what was gonna happen.
Yeah, you brought her there. Hey, Iman. Iman say the gaslighting was crazy. Ashley needs to go. Oh, yes. A lot of gaslighting. A lot of it.
She think we crazy. That's what it is. A blind.
Mm,
Yeah.
She does need to go. She been on there long enough doing the same thing. Collect,
Yes. Over and over. I'm sick of them.
yeah, collecting a check and keeping a mess. And then you try to talk to Candy and be a friend, but you jealous of her cause she got money. She at least her mama will give her money, unlike yours.
Right.
her mama ain't got nothing to give her now.
You'll be
Come
able
on
to.
now.
I
Now
know.
the evidence. The evidence shows by the wigs that Sheila be wearing, she ain't got no money to give Ashley.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
Ashley.
That's why Ashley's still rubbing. That's why Ashley's still rubbing vampire hooves
Yeah,
because Sheila ain't got no money for her, and she
yeah,
know it.
right.
I love the way Candice sister walked in the building and stepped straight to that heifer.
That was good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yes, I missed that.
Yes, indeed. And Mama stepped out. I said, yes, indeed. Come on through now.
Now I saw her mom. I missed her sister.
Yeah, Crystal. That's the one who pulled Ashley to the side and was like, "I'm mad with your friend." And Ashley talking about, "Well, I'm not happy with her either right now, girl. Why not? You brought her for that."
Ashley lying.
Hmm.
Kansas sister should have just took her on down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure she wanted to when Candace told her about it, because you know how sisters are, and they kind of close.
Yeah,
Shoot,
but
they
unlike
already
Ashley,
been
she
going
got
through
stuff
a
to
lawsuit
lose.
with the vampire. It's like everything they done tried to do to Candice done failed. Leave that girl
Everything.
alone.
It's
Leave
true.
Well,
that
when the
girl
Lord is for
alone.
you, Candace say she be praying, honey. So apparently the Lord is for her.
I'm telling you, the vampire couldn't even take her down.
Oh, that's right. Tried too. The sister.
Yep.
Hmm.
Oh wow, she won that. Like,
Yep. Even against no
Baby,
survivor.
wow.
case dismissed.
Right. They worked in her favor for real.
Leave that girl. They need to leave that girl alone. They tried to get her husband all ramped up in the club.
Yep.
They just done did too
Mm-hmm.
much. Giselle done came out with crazy allegations
Mm.
and backpedaled that,
And she's still looking stupid.
looking stupid. So now, when all the shenanigans done failed, let's just get Sesame Street back down here to put powers on them. And that failed. And she turned around and got whooped up.
Okay. And she needed it.
She needed it. And talking about that girl hit her first. That girl did not hit her first. We seen it in that video.
Right.
But
Oh
The
wow.
you gotta
girl went to
remember
wailing.
when they told that lie, they were
That was a
telling that
lie.
lie, not knowing that the fight video was coming out. When they
Right.
told that lie, they did not know TMZ had that video yet.
Oh, because the girl said, I put my hand up. She said, I put my hand up. Just, tell not this
No,
For
ain't
her
that
nothing.
ain't
to
what she
stop.
said. She did not say she put her hand up. She said, "I when she threw the drink, she pushed her back like, girl, this is not the place." And she
Right.
threw that glass and hit her in the face with the glass. That's what she
Right.
did. She pushed her back. She did not hit her.
No,
She
I'm
pushed
saying
her out the way.
the
Hmm.
other girl said she just put her hand out. I guess she was trying to make sure what y'all call a Sesame Street didn't get over there to Candace.
No, I'm telling you, Kiana never said she put her hand out. Kiana said
Oh,
when she threw the drink, I pushed her back, and that's when
okay.
she said, and we heard the audio. This ain't the place. The girl got mad because she could not get to Candace and hit Kiana in the face with that glass. Hey,
Okay.
Jai Star. Jai, tell us what you think, girl.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I won't be surprised if they keep Ashley on here, but she for sure needs to go. I'm really tired of her and the Green Eye Bandits getting away with so much. But when you and I feel my heart goes out to what's the girl Kiana. This woman is a whole like
Kiana.
it doesn't
Mhm.
matter what she does for a living, but the fact that she's not been on the show before, and for her to somebody, I think it was you, Seanitra, you said she got 12 stitches. Nobody should go on
12
anybody's
stitches.
show and the end result of you going on a show, you end up with 12 stitches. She got to go because she is a liability to Bravo and
Mm.
all the forget Bravo. She's a liability to all of the women on that show at the end of the day because anybody could have ended up with stitches. So Ashley's trash. To me, she's always been
Absolutely.
trash. Now, what I don't understand, which is why I said Mia is the original Don Dada of hoism, is because,
She
like
is.
Shanika said, Seanitra said, "Look, I'm not mad at it either. Gordon knew. Hey, I'm basically buying this woman, and he left his wife, his ex-wife, right? Okay, so when your money run out, sir, I'm running out with it too. My thing is, what gagged me was when he said he knew she was with this ink guy up until the point where they got married, and I was like, so you agreed to this, knowing the man, like she was still sleeping with this man? That's what's boggling my mind, that he's still married, because I was like, his money was still intact when they got married. So why would you marry a woman who you knew was sleeping with another man?
You know why? Because he got to look at it, Jai. He had already made a fool out of himself. He had
Mm-hmm.
already ran off on the plug for the younger girl, so he didn't want to have to go back to the plug with his tail between his legs. Like, oh, I made my move too soon. That's another one of the blues songs. I think I might have made my move too soon. He didn't want to have to go back. Y'all listen, y'all know I love
You
them
need to make a
blues.
playlist. That's what you need to do. Make a playlist.
Okay, my
Wait,
move
wait. So
too
okay,
soon.
so let's get, okay, I get that. However, his his Johnson still worked at the time, and his money was still intact. He didn't have to go back to the ex, right? He could have went right back to the same strip club or another and got another Mia. You know what I'm
But
saying?
he didn't want nobody to tell him you a big fool. Look how big of a fool you are. You left your wife for this girl, thinking this young girl wants you. She don't want you. He didn't want to have to face that.
You don't think that he really? You really think? Because I'm like, his money was still intact. He could have got another Mia.
But this is okay. But Jai, look at what you're saying, right?
Surgeries yet?
But look at it, Jai. Look at it. This young girl, you done jumped out. You done jumped off the porch. You done made your move too soon. But behind this young girl, your money's still intact. You came dang-a-lane. Mm-hmm. The last thing he wanted to look like was a big fool. You jumped out here for this girl, and even your money couldn't keep her on your zipper. Even your money couldn't keep that hoe on the porch. He didn't want to face it. That's why he wanted her. He was telling her before, remember when they was talking about Ashley and Michael, like, oh, we probably would have worked out an arrangement. He'd have been happy for her to stay in his house, keep everybody out of his business. She could have been a hoe on the QT, and he'd have been fine, because that would have still saved his face in public. I know a couple. I grew up across the street from them. I don't care. Even if I go back home, who gonna check me? They was together for years. Okay. This lady had a house full of children for this man, all boys. I think only one of them children belonged to Mr. I ain't gonna say their last name. I ain't gonna be that. But they know who they are, because they grew up. I grew up across the street from them, and everybody knew we lived on 17th Street on Shady Lane, and everybody know who stayed across the street. Okay, it is what it is. That lady, not only was she home around with half of O'Keller, all her sons except for the one that's named after the man, all of them belong to somebody else. She was even hoeing around with my uncle, got a little girl with him, and left the girl with my Aunt Liv for her to raise her. And they stayed together for years, honey. And it's a lot of them couples is just like that. I grew up seeing couples like that, where the man make money, the woman be comfortable. They drive good cars, they go to church on Sunday, they hoe on Saturday, and they just, they stay together for appearances or whatever like that. That's what Gordon was trying to do with her. But the problem is, Mia ain't even from that age group. That's why you shouldn't have been messing with no little young girl from the Evening Gown, Lobster, and State strip club.
Right.
You should have got somebody your age, and they would have understood what the play was. Cosmic Connection, thank you so much for the super chat. Say you weren't trying, but once again made me laugh. Oh man, thank you.
That's funny.
So
that's what it was. Like that's an old school setup. That's an old school setup. I know plenty of couples like that. The woman have her own man, and the man have his own women. Because the couple I'm talking about, he got a woman too. He would take care of
but
his
he got
lady.
money. They got money though. Most men with money, and I feel like, because like I can understand it if she started acting up after he invested so much in all these surgeries. This was pre-surgery when he married Mia, so it's like
She's a young girl. She was a young girl, Jai.
But he
like I said,
this is a new young girl at the time.
But no, his pride was already out there.
If his wife
was already out there, he done ran off at the mouth. He done showed off. You couldn't do that without losing face. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The problem was, right, Iman, tell her again. This girl was 29. She was a jit. She was a whole jitterbug. She didn't understand the rules to the game. He trying to give her rules like he trying to give her rules like she an old school hoe. The hoe I'm talking about that I grew up across the street from, that's an old school hoe. He know what.
See, that's
like
new.
It was understood that
Me
she
a
was
newfangled hoe.
Everybody knew she was. It was, it was undercover. Like you couldn't really point to who she was hunching, but we knew them kids ain't belong to that man. And like I said, he had a whole nother woman.
Wow.
And the woman he had was younger than her. She used to work to the prison with me. I ain't saying no names.
Wow.
If y'all from the 352 and you watching, I ain't saying no names. But she worked to the prison with me. He paid her rent. Every time she got a car, he took her car, traded it in, got her another car. He was maintaining both of them houses, and the wife was having somebody help her maintain her booty.
Mm.
Now that's just what that is. But he tried to get this young girl to play old school game, and she was a kid, 29.
I done seen it before.
Listen, I'm 42. I'll be 42 next month, and I don't know nothing about that game. I told my family members and my friends, you ever see me shack up with an old man, you already know what it is. Don't ask me no questions, because y'all already know the answers to the questions. My thing is though, I never thought most men will leave you if you say you cheated on them, even though you might have only done it once and they've been cheating on you.
Why you believe that? Jai, why you believe that? You ain't that young. You kind of young, but you ain't that young, baby. Why do you believe that?
I know some men say.
Since we talking on the porch tonight, let Auntie school, okay?
Please.
Ooh, me too.
It's plenty of men that know that somebody's out there helping them with their coochie. They know.
But plenty of men willing to raise children that's not theirs.
Listen, there are men raising children they know ain't theirs. The only rule be quiet and don't tell nobody. Don't be taking the child around other men and stuff. It's so many men that raise children they knew wasn't theirs. Long as the girl know how to be quiet and keep it to herself, they will raise them children, and they'll be going people having people saying, "Oh, he look just like you," and they won't say nothing. I told you, since them people I grew across the street from, that man went around town. All them kids had his name, all of them, and wasn't none of them his.
I was just gonna say that, and he probably on all the birth certificates. I done seen it, and let me tell you, I done seen it.
Matter of fact, hold on.
G probably signed on the mother kids.
Hold on, let me break this down for you. How common it is, Jai. One of my good friends had a husband, and wasn't none of her children his, and he knew it.
Baby.
And after they finally got a divorce, because they had done got violent by that point, because they was trying to rub stuff in each other's nose, that's the mistake, which is what he was telling her, don't put it in my face. They started rubbing stuff in each other's nose, so they had to split. Do you know when they got the divorce? He paid child support on children. Wow. He drove from down there. I want to say he was either in Avon Park. I want to think he had moved to Avon Park with the new woman. He was driving from Avon Park to Ocala to pick up children that wasn't his for visitation. So please, y'all be fooling yourselves all the time, talking about what a man ain't gonna stand for. You'll be surprised what them Negroes will stand for.
I'm taking notes now, because I think they don't be one of them,
and they fall for everything.
I grew up in.
I'm just saying, if you got what they want, and whatever it is about you, hold on. If you got what they want, and whatever it is about you is something that they can show off with, and they make other men look at them a certain type of way, girl, they gonna stick in there long as they friends don't know. That's all that matter. Because they not gonna let their friends say, "Oh, you lost that one. You lost that one." Mia might look like dog food to us, but whatever she looked like to him, he could show off to his old geriatric friends about this young girl. Okay?
Yeah. It's making sense now.
Some of us around here toting some big old booties. I'm talking about you can see them from the front. And some of them men, that's a trophy. And they not finna let you go and say, "Oh, you lost that girl, that bow leg one with the big booty and the long hair." They're not gonna let you say that. They're gonna hold you there. They're gonna hide your dirt. They're gonna help you hide your dirt. So don't nobody know.
I've
That's what
dated
he
some
was
older
trying to
men,
do with her.
but I ain't never known you can have babies.
Yes, yes.
Jesus.
Whole babies.
Listen. I was at the barbershop after my granddaddy
Whole
passed,
babies, Jai. Listen,
and
listen,
folks
baby.
told me,
Whole
listen,
babies. So
my
this what I'm
granddaddy's
saying.
supposed to have
Hold
5
on,
kids.
L'Oreal,
Oh,
hold
my bad.
on. The bottom line is, baby, like I said, Auntie gonna put you up on game. As long as you keep yourself cute and you got that thing that make them go show off because they got you and you a trophy. And for whatever reason, if they see you as a trophy girl, you could pretty much do whatever the hell you want to. Don't let them fool you. They ain't got no standards. They ain't got no standards.
I have pulled some game now. I just finished pulling some game, and he was old compared to
But
me.
what I'm telling you is, you talking about that one. I'm telling you, none of them got no standards.
I believe it.
None of them.
But I just,
None of them.
what is going on with Gordon when he was like, I just don't rub it. And then when he was saying like,
he told her the truth. Don't rub it in his nose.
True.
That's the game.
But then he was bringing up the times. Clearly, he was looking at the phone bills, telling like you was getting off the phone at 2 a.m. Like, well, that's being discreet. Now she messed
no,
up.
that's actually, no, it ain't. It ain't. That's ragged as hell.
Wait a minute. So when she's
that's not how the game goes.
No, wait. You keeping it discreet, right? I don't agree you involving the kids, but when was she supposed to be on the phone with her other man and keep it discreet?
She's supposed to know how to do it. She's supposed to know how to do it. You're not supposed to be bold enough to be on the phone with the next man while your actual paymaster is in the house.
I guess you do it in the car. She should have talked to him on her way home, but get off the phone.
I didn't know he was in the house. He was saying, "Oh, I saw that you got off the phone at 2 a.m." And I was like, well, "Ain't that being discreet?"
But that's what I'm saying. At 2 a.m., where you think Granddaddy was? Granddaddy was in the house. Come on,
Granddaddy was in the house. But what I'm saying is, I've dated older men. They fall asleep early. So at 2
it don't matter when the man fall asleep. You don't understand. It don't matter when the man fall asleep. That's where she was out of bounds. But in my opinion, she was only out of bounds because she was that much younger. That's a whole different generation. And them young hoes do not play the game the same way as them old hoes. They don't. They don't. And don't get me wrong. Shout out to the hoes. I respect y'all. But them young hoes do not play the game the way them old hoes play. They don't. It don't work like that. It just don't work like that. I'm from Ocala, honey. Some of my best friends is hoes. So I'm just being real with you. Like, Mia was out of bounds, but Gordon was out of bounds by getting that young girl in the first place.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Period. He wanted that. He got it.
Everything.
And she, and she wasn't, she act like she understood, but then at the end of the day, it's no speaking of English. Now she don't know what to do. She got it wrong. She ain't understand.
No speaking of English. I'm done. I think low key Mia is about my age. I don't believe she's in her 30s.
You know that hoe ain't in her 30s.
Exactly. But
granddaddy is over 70.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. And I've dated men in his age range. And it is a different playbook.
Different game.
I don't have any children, but I think she crossed the line when she started to involve the little boy. And you notice in the confessional when she was alone, she said something about the paternity. And I was like, yeah, that's not true. Because G wouldn't be asking you on camera, why does Jeremiah feel that man is his father? And I was like, ain't nobody thought, the producer said to her, and nobody has done a paternity test. And she said, not to my knowledge. And I thought, yeah, because you told G that was his child. And that's why he's never done a paternity test.
But no, I don't believe it. I'm gonna say this. That's one thing I believe Mia on. I believe her. I'm gonna tell you that. I believe her. I believe her. Listen, I'm telling you from experience, I have been a party to too many of them conversations.
She never had a DNA test on that boy.
Why the hell would she have a DNA test when she done already told the man I was hunching both of y'all at the same time?
True. And he said you were with him.
Let me tell you something. when you go tell a man something like that, he ain't gonna let you get no DNA test done because he'll rather just say, "I'm gonna raise it as mine." When she
Yep.
said that, she got that from him. She ain't made that up. That came out of his mouth. I'm gonna
That's
raise
old
this child
school.
as mine.
That's old
Right.
school, Seanitra.
That's old school talk. Okay. And see, you know what I'm saying? I'm authentic. Y'all can check my freedom papers, honey. I'm the real thing. I know what I'm hearing. He said, I'm gonna love that child, I'm gonna raise that child like it's my own. I say, he said that. But see, when it's like that, they're not gonna let you get no test because see, they can raise it like they own, but it's something different when they see the papers. So if she wouldn't have
Yeah.
got it done and he saw the paperwork, he wouldn't have
Right.
been able to
Different.
raise it like his own.
Yeah.
As long
That's
as he didn't see no paperwork, it could be mine, could be not. I'm not
Could
gonna
be not.
think about it. So,
Yeah.
but hold on. So when Gordon brought that up and said, why do Ink think Jeremiah is his child? What that was is, girl, me and you had an arrangement. You wasn't supposed to be talking about that with him. You wasn't supposed to be pillow talking that with him.
mm-hmm.
That's what that was about. You see, y'all be missing stuff. So
It
let
makes
me ask y'all this
Different
question.
generation too,
Let
Seanitra.
me
I'm
ask
old,
y'all.
but I'm not Gordon old. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
I don't
I ain't either. You think I'm 70?
know.
Wait a
No, I'm
minute.
not saying that. But you knew about your neighbors though, and I'm guessing they were older people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but hold on. But this what I'm finna say. Y'all making me feel like I'm the only person that come from an area with a bunch of hoish people. Like, is that just me?
I was trying to tell you. I was trying to
Like,
tell you.
Okay. Okay.
I understand that I am from ignorant Florida, but am I the only person that's been around?
No, no, I'm gonna put it in perspective. So I do okay. Some of my family is like bourgeoisie, and then some of them are ghetto. Okay, so I had an instance where one of my cousins, his wife, which the family loved, he left her. They were together for almost 20 years. He came back after being in Florida for 3 years, having a whole nother family down there with somebody. Came back to his wife here in on the East Coast in Jersey. His wife had a baby with somebody else, and he did not leave her, and he raised the child as his own. And I didn't have no problem with that because you left her and you went down to Florida and did what you did and had a whole nother family. So I understand it happens, but I just
All the
didn't know.
time,
I didn't know it happened to. Not that I didn't know. I didn't think that men with money would put up
girl.
with that.
They be the main ones. If he black, yeah, they gonna hide that.
Wow.
They don't want nobody
Pride.
to know. They don't want nobody to know that somebody done stepped on their ego like that, girl. They'll
Pride.
help you
Mm.
hide it.
You
They'll
said
help
they'll
you.
help you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I believe it. I believe
Mm-hmm.
it. I believe it because
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "What in the world is going on?"
right. See, that's new to me. I'm saying, but where I'm from, people just get divorced and move on. They don't be doing the people that I know.
Where you from, Reefa?
Dallas. I can
Listen,
Oh,
they in Dallas. They in
Okay,
Dallas. You just don't know that them not them kids, Pappy.
I
That's all. But they in Dallas.
I'm not in their business like that. I guess I just don't know.
Because I'm from Dallas. Baby, yes.
Lord
Teresa,
help
you
It,
gonna
you.
i-
be in
it
people's
is more
business.
common in the country part stuff because I'm in East Texas now. Like that's why I was
Yeah.
saying, like, even if my
Teresa,
granddaddy
you
died,
just
I
don't
always
be
had a
in
feeling
people's
about
business. That's what it is.
No,
I
I do.
always had a
Teresa,
feeling about my aunties and
Teresa
stuff
don't be
like all my
Teresa don't be
granddaddy
in,
kids look a little different. And
but
after
this the
he
thing.
passed, I
Teresa
was at the
just don't be in
barbershop and they
people's
were
business.
like, they
This
said,
let me
man, you
know. This let me know Teresa be staying out of other people's business. I have a
that's
sister.
all. That's all because
I
it's
be in
out there.
everybody's business.
See, I don't.
I be in everybody's business.
I
Uh-huh.
be everybody. Now listen, I do have a neighbor. She's
Mm.
Colombian, and one of
Mm-hmm.
her, she told me one of her friends, also a lady from Colombia. She said,
Mm-hmm.
she has 5 kids with her husband, and she said, but mama, he's a Chino, like he's a Asian man. She
Mm-hmm.
said all of them is his except for that baby. And I said, what do you mean? She said, oh, throughout their whole marriage, she's always had sex with other men, and the last one don't look nothing like him. She's got blue eyes, she's blonde hair. I was like, you know what? And I said, so does he know? She says, yes.
Mm.
And he so it clearly this goes across color lines, is what I'm trying to tell y'all. I was amazed. I said,
Yes.
what? Mm. And I didn't think black men would do it
Happen
because
more than you think.
I thought that
Oh, girl.
from what I know in the
They doing
hood,
in
like
droves.
I did not know that because in the hood, like niggas will cheat on the girl, and then they expect the girl to go through with all the nonsense. But once she says, she got a man's number, oh, and they out the door. I did not
Now
know this.
let me explain it to you, Jai. They go through all them theatrics and will get right back with them girls. They still want them girls. That's why they lose their mind. And when a
Mhm.
baby pop up, they gonna shut up. The
Mm.
same one that was crying, hollering on live on social media talking crap. If that
Mhm.
girl take him back and it's a baby involved, he gonna shut up.
Mm.
So that's
Mm-hmm.
where the and come from. Mama's babies, daddy's maybe.
Daddy's maybe, and you know what? I'm thinking of real life situations. Everybody remember what's the show? Chicago. Fine. I mean, the man
Say
is
it
fine.
again, Iman.
His name is Ryan.
Iman, say it again, girl.
It
It
happened
sure
in
do happen in
Africa too.
Africa too.
Africa too.
It
Who knows the
sure
name of
do,
the
baby.
black
Yes,
ink?
it do. Cause
And Ryan
let
in
me
Chicago.
they pride be a mess too.
But it be Ryan in Chicago. He was cheating on his baby mama time and time again. She ended up pregnant from the singer Jeremiah. And when she had the baby, he was like, my girl, she just gave birth. And I'm thinking it's his. No, she had that singer's baby and he raised the baby as his own. I guess he feel like, well, I done cheated on her so much. But yeah, Ryan
Mm-mm.
of Black Ink in Chicago. He did
Listen
it.
what I'm trying to tell you. It ain't got nothing to do with I cheated on her. It's called they ain't got no standards. That's what it's called. They got no standards. They just be talking and y'all crazy. Y'all be listening to them. I don't care
Right.
nothing about what they say. Oh, I ain't gonna for this. I ain't gonna take that. You ain't doing nothing but lying. You gonna take all of it. Mm-hmm.
You're right. If they
Mm-hmm.
want you, if
Oh,
they want you, they'll put
Mm-hmm.
up with some nonsense. Because I was amazed at what I was getting away with. I didn't have nobody's baby though, but I did not know that. I thought that would be like, oh, you violated. You had somebody else's baby.
I mean, you did violate, but the problem is they don't care about you violating. They ain't got no standards.
You're right. Most men don't. And you'd be
Mm-mm.
surprised. It be your bosses, the people who sign your check. They none of them.
I ain't
Hardly
look here.
none of them.
I ain't surprised at all. I listen. I done told y'all what my mama told me about men. I ain't surprised at all. Y'all
You
be
said
surprised.
if they talking, they lie. What you
Mama said if they breathing, they lying.
they breathing. I believe
Mm.
it. I believe
Mm-mm.
it.
yeah, that's
Yep.
true.
I
Mm-hmm.
believe.
I be trying to tell y'all. Y'all put all this faith in these men. That's why they keep getting this
No,
part.
not me. Not me. Seanitra, I do not. I don't put
Y'all be listening to them though, because y'all you really thought because they make all that noise. Or if you get a baby, they gonna leave there going nowhere. You're gonna do nothing. You're gonna do nothing.
Mm.
That's why they keep buying microphones and podcast equipment because y'all be listening to them. I know better. Y'all just
No, I
talking.
don't. I date
You're
old
making
men.
noise. You're whining.
It
And
don't
complaining.
apply to me.
Look
It don't
here.
apply.
No, baby. Listen. They lie too.
Oh, I know they lie, but I make
All
them
of them.
pay. I make them pay.
They lie too.
What did T.S. Madison say? You should have
Let me tell
charged.
you a secret. If you
And
talk,
I
child, the hell with Timothy. Here's the facts. I don't care if you're talking to a young one. All of them supposed to pay.
true,
All of them.
true.
If a man is in your face, taking up your time, breathing in your
Hmm.
face,
Hmm.
you better be collecting it. If you're not, I feel like that's a sign of autism.
Oh, I can't. I cannot. I
Mm-hmm.
remember what my grandmother said. So I hear you dating this man, and he was 20 years older than me, but he was black, so he didn't look his age, right? And I didn't know he was his age for the first few months we
Mm-hmm.
were dating.
Mm-hmm.
And when I did find out, at that point I'd already like fell for the man. He liked me, and she said, so
You
what is?
fell for him.
Yeah, he was nice, and he would treat me well, and you know, it was
Okay.
it was a good situation at the time. So my grandmother said, "Well, what is he doing for you?" And I said, "What do you mean?" Because my
Hmm.
grandmother never spoke like that to me. My grandmother, she's churchy and sanctified. And I said, "Well, Nana, he helps
Me
me
too.
with my."
But the Lord wants you to
But
get
you're
paid.
younger. You're much younger. So I would not be. And then you're not nobody. I don't know if you were anybody's grandmother yet, but I just was not expecting this from my
I
Nana's mouth.
am. I'm
She,
somebody. I'm somebody.
you
I'm
are
somebody,
okay.
grandma.
Well, I did not
Mm-hmm.
know my grandmother was finna come up out of the bag like this on me. I said, "Well, he helps me." She said, "With what?" I said, "With my tuition, my rent." And she said, "By help, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, he pays it." Honey, she held her arms open. She said, "Oh my God, I raised you right. I did something right." She said, "You are no longer a grasshopper." I said, "What is that supposed to mean?" She said, "If you're gonna be
You grown now.
older men, or any men really," she said, "because I pray that y'all didn't grow up in a time where y'all fell for the tricks of these men that they tell you, you're supposed to help build the man." She said, "Here you are. You dating this man, he's 20 years older than you, and you don't even have to worry about how you're gonna pay your bills." And I looked at my grandmother, I said, "Nana, you are not upset?" She said, "No. You'd be a fool not to." Baby, I fell out laughing. Fell out laughing. I
Mm-hmm.
never thought my churchy grandma, somebody would quote Bible scriptures and everything else. And she used to like, if I remember the first time I had a boy called the house for me. I was 13. She called me fast. I thought this woman her
I would
head
have
was,
too. Girl, at 13, I would have
but
did
I
more than call you
wasn't. No, no, no.
fast.
I was a tomboy. I
Baby,
was a
I'd
tomboy.
beat your tail. You let a boy have
Well,
to
they
call my
don't.
house for one of my girls at 13.
But my I played basketball, so most of my friends, I had
I
girlfriends
wouldn't
too.
care.
But I don't think you supposed to be called fast just because you got a boy calling. I wasn't doing nothing. I was,
I understand that. I get what
but
you're saying.
okay. So if
But you
you
let them have to call my house for Geneva Emerald talking about can I
okay, so you were strict as well. So that's
Mhm.
why I did not expect for my grandmother to say what she said. I thought she would be like, "Oh God, blasphemy and all this." But then she said, because she would say things like, why buy the cow? She
You
was
when they
born in the
get milk.
1940s. Get the milk for free. And
Mm-hmm.
so when she said that, she was like, I said, I thought you would be ashamed of me. She said, no. I said, but you always say, why buy the cow? She said, well, clearly
Sound
he's
like he was
paying for
buying the cow.
yeah,
Yeah, he was paying for it.
he was paying for the milk. That's what she said. I fell out laughing.
And here go the thing. Your granny was born in the 40s, honey. My mama was born in the 40s.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
And my mama was a church lady too, but she didn't never raise us to be stupid. Never.
That's what my grandmother said.
Uh-uh. Ain't no point of being stupid.
I
I'm up here eating on these almonds. I would tell y'all to have some, but you
Mm,
can't reach through the screen.
that's my kind of snack.
Baby, I came with slacks earlier when you first started it because I had been tuned out of Real Housewives of Potomac until the
Mhm.
last two episodes. I was just over the colorism and everything else they let these women get away with. But tonight, I was like, yeah, Wendy called out the plot against Candice, right? And they all pretty much showed their hand. And that last 15 minutes with
I
Mia and G
I
did
know.
it for me. I said I will be tuning in to the reunion and next season too. Because I think what Seanitra said was right. Between Mia and that girlfriend, the one she claims she grew up with, Jacqueline is her name.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They fin watch it. They fin to give them green-eyed heifers a run for their money. I don't think I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't think either Giselle, especially not Robert will be on much longer. If Mia can get Jacqueline onto the show, because it's way more entertaining. Mia's a bird, but she's making the show. Let's be honest.
I don't know if she making the show. Ain't none of them making the show for me. But this was a good little piece of gossip.
It was good look, and it's enough to make me tune in to the reunion. And for next, I'm wondering what's going to go on next season between me and G.
Yeah, I don't care nothing about that. I'm watching that reunion to see if the rest of them gonna figure out if Wendy gonna put her professor brain on and figure out that all them tramps was in on that plot on that girl.
I think so, but Mia's
That's what I want.
too nice. Wendy wants to play the game too much to where she does just enough so that they won't come against her as badly as they've come against Candice. I think it is inevitable, but I think Wendy wants to play nice too much. As smart, as brilliant as Wendy is, as beautiful as Wendy is, she wants to play too nice. They really, like you said, Candice and her, the mouth that she gives them, like it's child's play. Like you said, it's child's play. I think if they had a black woman come at them with the strength of a Nene Leakes, a Phaedra Parks, a Seanitra, you wouldn't even be on the show. Like
girl, them baby, they'll be in therapy. They'll be doing them betterhelp.com commercials.
Well,
I had mental health issues after last season.
They need a taste of that, Seanitra. Need a taste of
it. There would be better help commercials after the break dealing with the likes of Seanitra, but I don't think that
after last season, everything I went through.
There will be suicide prevention hotlines and all kinds of, but they're not gonna. You wouldn't be playing the game. Wendy is playing the long game.
But she went out at.
She is, and I'm gonna tell you something else that occurred to me that we have to take into account. Wendy, all right with us, but Wendy ain't the same as us either.
No,
and I think we forget that because she blends so well. Culturally, them folks ain't just like us like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I say that is for good or bad, I think it's for good and bad. American black people, we tend to be a little more aggressive.
You think? Oh, you're right. You're right.
Hell yeah.
You're right. I grew up with Africans, and my bestie, her people are from Liberia. Her mom and her dad.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So when we start looking at Wendy and how she toned stuff down, and where we would naturally go in for the kill, they don't have that same demeanor. Okay, and I don't want to look at that like it's a negative. I think that's cool. I think it's awesome. I don't hide the fact I have family from West Africa. I have many, many close friends that are West African. And I find it charming. Let's be clear. I find it very charming. But I think when we see certain scenes and we see certain scenarios play out, we watching from this vantage point, we're seeing in the moment, like, this is when you go for that helper's jugular. And that's not, in my mind is saying it. She's telling y'all straight up. She says we African, we're more passive aggressive, right? And when it comes to American black, lots of different nuances. But it's like when we know we in the right, it ain't really gonna be passive aggressive. Like we ain't got a lot of passive aggressive for you over here. And I think it's just environmental. Different things that we've had to deal with on this side of the pond, to where a lot of times our ladies didn't have the luxury of being passive aggressive, because that's a luxury. And so, when people try us in certain ways and certain things, and when it comes into, discriminatory practices and degrading behavior, we take it a certain kind of way. And when it's time to get you, it's time to get you. And so that's why we look at her and be like, girl, I know you didn't just ease up on them tramps like that. Because we looking like, girl, get them. get them, get them, get 'em.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's not what that is. You know what I mean? So we got to
Mm-hmm.
look at all of that. Like, being Black American is not a monolith because we're all different. And then when you start looking at Black people globally, we have to take all of those things into account. That globally, depending on where you're raised, what country, what region, what ethnic group, we all have different cultural mores too. And I think that we get shoved in a box by other people so much that sometimes we forget how different we are, how many varieties, how many nuances, how much diversity there is in just being Black. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? There's a lot of variety there. Like, it's
It is.
not like if you seen one Black lady, you seen them all. No, we different.
No, I agree. Because some
We
of the things
all
I've talked to with my own best friend, she's born here, but her people are, she's raised by two Liberians, right? So things that will tick me off, we both come from corporate workplace. And I'm like, girl, you're not catching these macro aggressions.
no, she's not.
Something to her, she'll catch it, but it's like, it's not even that big of a deal. When I would
It
have cut
doesn't cut as
somebody out,
deep.
I would have cussed. I would have lost my job that day. You know what I'm saying?
But this is what I'm saying when it comes to Wendy. The exact same thing that you're saying, the long way. We forget that there are different cultural mores among Black people. Other people shove us in a box, but we can't look at ourselves in a box because we know the reality. The reality is we are extremely different. We are
Mm-hmm.
extremely nuanced. We're extremely diverse.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have to look for anybody else to be exotic. We exotic all by ourselves.
Mhm. That's true. But when
So,
it's gone there,
but we have a habit of not seeing ourselves that way because the world has just told you that there's nothing special about you. You just Black.
You're right.
I think that we forget that when we're looking at a Wendy Osefo or even little Nantucket over there.
Not Nantucket.
Yeah, necktie, neck ring.
Well, they're
And
both Niger,
yeah.
so it's the
yeah,
same.
but it does. But no, it's not the same because you're still looking at a difference. There is no you're this, so this is your behavior. You're looking at two ladies who are from the same ethnic group, likely from two different states in Nigeria. One raised over here, maybe a little more Americanized. You got then being raised, hey Symphony Love, being raised on the East Coast. This one being raised in Wisconsin and then LA. And so you have all of these things. That's what I'm saying. Like, Black is not a monolith. African is not a monolith. West African is not a monolith. Igbo is not a monolith.
You're right. Are they both
Like,
Igbo?
there's a huge difference. Yes, they're both Igbo women, but it's not
Mm,
a monolith. There is
I know.
no, these are Igbo women, so you must talk like this and you must act like that. Because let me tell you something that a lot of you all may not know. Even Igbo language can change from state to state, dear.
Yeah.
There is a difference in Igbo in Anambra and Igbo in Abia.
Mm.
Just so
Lord.
you know. Sometimes
Did you?
the F's get replaced with H, and it gets real deep and it's different. So we
Mm.
need to veer away from looking at each other the way people who don't love us look at us.
Look at us.
We not.
Did you see the clip when Wendy, when she started speaking to Igbo? I said, "Oh, it's getting deep." When
Oh,
they were at the reunion, and she's like, "You understand what I'm saying to you?" I said, "Oh, when you go into your mother tongue, now you know." And they had the nerve to have subtitles. I
I
said,
mean, but
but you know,
I saw that. I didn't get like really excited about it. I saw it when I reviewed the reunion trailer. I didn't make a bunch of noise about it. And that was intentional because when we have those people who come from south of the border and they decide to speak their language, no one makes a big deal. It's treated like it's perfectly normal. And I feel like that's exactly the energy we need to give this. This is perfectly normal. If it's okay for the ladies down there in Miami who do not represent my home state of Florida
mhm.
to break out into their language, which is laughable. But when they do, is treated as though it is normal. It's perfectly fine. It's acceptable. Nobody treats it like it's something strange. Like when
No,
Wendy's
no, I
mama.
wasn't saying it was
No,
strange.
not
I was.
you. I
Oh,
didn't say you were. What I'm
okay.
saying is, even when Wendy's mama was addressing that crap with Mia and basically was calling her a devil and calling Holy Ghost fire on that hoe, and everybody was like, "Oh, she's doing witchcraft on her," and I was I was
Mhm.
insulted, and I was incensed, and I was pissed off, and I was embarrassed because Black people have gotten so far away from what's normal that even your native languages to you is witchcraft. Like
Mhm.
you've been conquered that bad. So what I said all that to say this, when I heard her do that, I said, "Okay, girl, I hear you." But at the same time, I wasn't gonna make that into a thing like, "Ooh, she spoke Igbo." Like, yes, that sounds normal. If somebody from Cuba speaks Spanish, nobody goes, "Ooh, she spoke Spanish." So I wasn't gonna give it that energy like, "Ooh, she spoke Igbo." Like, yeah, sounds
I
about
was
right.
just wondering, like, because I don't understand Igbo, but I was wondering, like, oh, she must have really got into niggas behind for her to go into speaking in their mother tongue. That's my thing. Was I didn't look
Yeah,
at
but
it as
it really wasn't. It really wasn't even that deep.
it
But
wasn't from the clip we saw. I hope she did say something, and I was mad that they had subtitles. I was like, I would have liked for them to start speaking Igbo across the stage, and don't nobody know what they said. Cause I don't
I
think it was
mean,
anybody's
but
business.
I feel as though I don't know. I just felt like I said, to me, I wasn't excited by it. It wasn't like, ooh, it was just okay, girl.
But at
Because
the end of the
I feel like that's the kind of energy that we need to start giving that. And it's not just because my family's Igbo that I'm like, let's normalize it. I want to start hearing ladies speak, Esan and Yoruba
Mm-hmm.
and all of their tongues. Like I want to hear the ladies from Ghana speak their native tongues. I want to hear more of our native tongues as opposed to the language of slave owners.
Conquerors. Mm-hmm.
They're not, but not even conquerors, honey. Human traffickers. So I'm
Mm.
not really excited about hearing human trafficker language. Like, so that's why I said it's laughable when we hear people from Cuba or Mexico or Venezuela speaking Spanish. I'm like, who? So you speak the language of the people who own the plantation. Great.
Mm.
Woohoo.
And that's a thing too with us as well, because I was having this very same conversation. I went to the south of France. This was last fall, and
Hmm.
I was amazed at how like similar it was to New York City where I live. You saw races of all kinds, and you did see brothers and sisters there speaking perfect French. I don't speak French. I do speak Spanish. And one lady, she was trying to teach me certain words, and I said, "Oh, that's very nice." And she said, you know, she was a black woman, and she spoke perfect French. She was from the Congo, and she said, "This
Yeah,
is a civilized language." I said, "We are both speaking the colonizer's tongue. You,
but I mean,
but you
but
thought it
that's
was civilized."
well, a lot of our people do. The ones over here think that English is civilized, and they get excited when they hear somebody speak Spanish. You're still speaking the Spanish of you're speaking the language of your human traffickers.
Hmm. French too,
Like
and
you're
I.
excited because you can speak. I mean, all of them, and I'm saying that as someone who speaks French, but
Mm.
you're speaking the language of human traffickers,
That's
and that's
correct.
nothing to be excited about. There's nothing to brag about. There's nothing to be hyped up about. I don't get excited when I hear somebody rolling an R. I'm like, okay, exciting for you. All right.
But at the
Like
end of the day,
it doesn't excite me.
Wendy can hold herself down. If she have to, she can hold her own. That I do know
She
about.
can.
Yeah.
She
But
can. And I
but like
like that about her. I was just pointing out the fact that, like, when we see her not go for the jugular, I
right,
think that has a lot to do with the fact that we have to accept that we're not all the same.
right.
One
And I
one of us, me or you or Teresa, if they'd have pulled that crap, I'm pretty sure we'd have gave them hoes down the country.
yeah.
I'd have gave her this work, verbally and physically,
Hello, good night.
especially after they said, you see what happened to Kierna? Kierna's from here. And homegirl went into fisticuffs. Now she got 12 stitches, but she still defended herself. I
Well,
don't
that's but she got the 12 stitches. That's why she defended herself, because the 12 stitches happened first. That heifer hit her with a glass
Right.
first.
exactly,
And so
exactly.
then she went to dog walking her. But that's my whole thing. It's like, I just feel as though we got to be when we start assessing people, our own sisters, no, we have to take into account where they're from, and we can't just look at them through that narrow angle lens, like you black, so you should have got with her. Like, but there's a difference.
It
Yeah.
is.
There's
You
a difference.
There is.
right.
Godfrey, did you guys see? I don't know if you saw Godfrey's.
I don't like
Uh,
him.
I don't like him either, but he did say
I
this,
don't
and
watch anything that he does.
well,
I don't
he
even want to hear nothing he said. Like, I
oh,
really don't like him.
I don't know.
Like, I despise him.
she said I do
Like,
not
I
like.
truly despise him. Like, you'll notice when I don't like people, I'll tell you, because I don't even talk about them. I don't like them.
Mm.
I
Well, he said
despise.
something very similar to what you said, and it's right.
Mhm.
It is true
Yeah. Well,
when you're
as
dealing
we know,
with people from different countries.
right. And as we know, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So I'm not excited that he was able to get something right. He gets too many things wrong. Don't like him. Not for anything. Don't like him. Y'all be killing me laughing at me. I'm so for real. I don't
Because
like him.
it's so funny.
It's nothing, so I don't know who it is. Don't want to know.
Y'all gagged me tonight though, but Seanitra, when you said what you said about these men and even they will help you hide babies cheating, okay, that's one thing. I did not know
Whole children.
that. I run more games
Whole
than
children.
Parker Brothers and Milton Bradley with these men, especially when they older than me.
But apparently you didn't know everything that you could possibly get away with.
I did.
That's what I said. Let me go ahead and hip you to some hot game.
Yes, please. And I got out my pen and my pad because I wanted to know. I got to put this in my arsenal.
Baby, whole children.
There's something because I'm like, I ain't been around that. I don't know.
You've been around it. You was not confident.
You just didn't know it.
I-
That's all. That's all happened, Josh. She just didn't know. Teresa know how to mind her business. That's what she's telling us. She know how to. And, right. So low key, my good sis is calling me a nosy heifer because I be in everybody's business. She said she know how to mind her business, and I'm gonna take that. I take that because I do.
My mama was
be in everybody's business. I do.
So you know what kind of happened.
I ain't even know.
Your mama was born where?
1924.
Oh wow.
So
yeah, your mama along with my daddy.
She put you up on game because I didn't even know. Like you said, it must be a generational thing because my own nana put me up on game. She was like, "You don't have no man smiling in your face," and like she would say things that it wasn't until I hit my mid to late 30s. Like, what's that old saying? She would say these young guys around here casting their pearls to swine. I never knew what that meant.
Your grandmama was biblical, honey.
Yes.
That was not the talk I got. What I was told was that a wet tail and a dry purse don't match.
She said that too. And she also, I like my aunt, which is my grandmother's older sister, because she was more vulgar and less Bible-y. I don't even think she was a churchy woman. And she would say, these young gals out here, what did she say? Using your pee for good and not for evil. I said, what is this? She was like, evil is when you come home, because one of her daughters came home. I never forgot, I was about 8. And with the oldest or maybe the middle daughter is my cousin. They were teenagers. And she was out all night or out all day. Came home, started going through her mother's refrigerator. She closed the refrigerator on her. She said, close my Frigidaire. You know they open
Mm-hmm.
when they say Frigidaire. So she said, "Close."
I call mine the Frigidaire.
But you Southern, we from up here. We're from Northeast.
I didn't know you was from the north. Where you from, girl?
Well, I'm from New Jersey, but they actually are from Louisiana. My people are from
Okay, but that explains it then. Mm-hmm.
yes. So then she said, "Close my Frigidaire." And my cousin said, "Why, Mom? I'm hungry." She said,
You
"You
can't be.
been out with a man." I think my cousin was
Thank you.
19. She said, "You've been out with him all day and all night, right?" She said, "Yeah." She said, "Look at what time." She said, "It's 10:30." She said, "Exactly. I know you let him sleep with you." She said, "So the least he could have done was feed you. She said, "You stupid for letting a man take your time up for the whole day. You let him send you home with a empty stomach." She said, "No, ma'am. Close my
Let me tell
Frigidaire."
you something. That don't make no sense.
No, it don't.
That's why I chimed right in, talking about she hungry. If she came in and said she was hungry, you heard what I said. She couldn't be. You can't be. You
Couldn't
can't
be.
be. I know crackheads. I know crackheads that'll sell it for a fish sandwich. So I know you can't be hungry.
What?
Yeah, he would have had to feed me. I'm sorry.
Not a fish sandwich.
Breakfast,
No,
lunch,
really.
and
I know.
dinner.
I know.
But
I know some for a fact. I know some. This ain't no conjecture. This ain't me talking slick. I know some that'll at least sell it for a fish sandwich.
okay,
Wow.
At
that's.
least.
But let me explain
You
something.
mean to tell me the crackhead collect better than you?
Right?
Not me, but my cousin
Please explain it
apparently.
to me, because but listen, hold on, Jay. You say you finna explain. I say please explain it to me,
I'm
because
gonna
I don't
explain.
understand no charity work gonna happen at the
This
church house.
this
So
is
how
what
this charity work go?
this is. I don't know because I don't give it other than to charities and
Oh,
nonprofits. However, with men, I don't give no
right.
charity. However, I've noticed the trend with women like that were raised in my area. I'm talking about the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, tri-state area. That is a common thing when I
Mm-hmm.
was younger, right? Now, with
Mm-hmm.
the women in the South, y'all cold blooded, like in a good way.
It's common to go with men and come home broke.
I'm gonna tell you, it never happened to me because I wasn't even allowed to date when I was younger. I had to learn this the hard way as an
Mm-hmm.
adult. So I never did it. However,
Okay.
I noticed women even I have yeah, associates to this day, women, grown women, like my neighbor, she told me she went on a date and the man took her out to a play, but she was hungry. I said, "Well, why didn't you say, 'Hey, I'm hungry'?" She said, "Well, it never occurred to me." And she's white. And I was like, "I don't know why it didn't occur to you, because it would have occurred to me." I said, "I don't even let these men have me come out my door unless you arranging for my transportation, because I know I'm gonna be drinking. So I'm not finna try to drive home. You're
Well, you
gonna
know they
arrange."
different from.
It be black too, and it be across color lines. What I've noticed with Southern women is, for whatever reason, maybe it's the upbringing, y'all people put you up on game, or the women in your family put you up on game a lot sooner, or they just put you on game. Because I remember being like a little girl going to the South to visit my family members, and I had to be no more than 11 or 12. I watched a grown woman. I watched three men come visit her in the beauty shop. We were all getting our hair done, and she had the first
Mm-hmm.
man drop off money. He handed her no less than $300. Her hair was only going to take
Mm-hmm.
maybe $80 or $100 to get done. She kissed him on the cheek, said, "Thanks, babe." She introduced this man as her husband. The next man came, dropped her a couple of hundred, and because he was paying, they was all under the illusion that they was paying for her to get her hair done. And the
Right.
hairdresser didn't say nothing because she
He wasn't
knew her
supposed
tip
to.
was gonna be fat. Well, it was none of her business, no way. But I wouldn't have said nothing if I was
No,
the
no,
hairdresser.
no, baby. You got the game messed up. That was her business. At the end of the day, your hairdresser is your accomplice. The
You should
hairdresser be the one that get on the phone
told
for you and tell the man that your hair costs 300 when it's 120.
quote that price, right?
And
Baby,
your hairdresser will help you tell that story to all three of them men. That was
Now
absolutely her business. And
I had
everybody
a
in that
friend who did.
shop, and I can guarantee you, everybody in that shop was on code and knew to be quiet. And every one of them, girl, this is my man. Hey, sir. I don't care how many she brought in there. Hey there.
It was exactly
You
like
got
that.
that
I watched
right.
three men give this woman no less than 200 cash in her hand, and I said, I gotta learn this woman's ways because this is what
You
it's
said you
supposed
had to
to
learn
do.
her ways.
Yes, I wasn't no fool. My mother wasn't teaching me this, but I knew it was like nobody back home in New York, where I was from. Nobody's doing this. I never saw this happen in Jersey at the hair salon. I never saw this happen in New York at the hair salon. But when I go down south, it was cold blooded, and I was like, I got to learn her ways. Another
Well,
story. I'm
I'm
dating
gonna
a man
say
in
this,
my
y'all may as well have been doing it because the men, y'all may as well have been doing it because the men from up there were sure coming down to the south spending their money. So if they could spend it on us, they
exactly.
could have been spending it on
They
y'all
could
too.
listen. I said I learned. I learned. This was like I learned from my own, But I also remember, um, there was so it was a lady at the hair salon, and there was another one. She was saying there was one man. I told him, I said, well, what happened? You had mentioned something, Seanitra. You said months ago, you said if you date an older man, every time you see him, something got to be happening. Something,
Yeah,
you always got a problem every time you see him.
every time.
So every time I
Not
saw
even
this
when you
man,
see him. If he call your phone, something need to be wrong.
but I called the man, and that's exactly what it was. Every time he saw me, because he said, "Oh my God, you've had like an incredible year." He said, "Your dog died." My dog didn't. I didn't never own no dog. I just told him my dog needed emergency surgery, and it was gonna cost $3,000. I run game, but I had to learn this as a grown woman. I was not learning it, and my grandmother, she told me, but by that time she was getting old, so she couldn't really teach me too much. I guess she could have, but I learned this from women usually in the South. I think there's a difference.
I believe you.
I don't
Mm-hmm.
know why. I do not know why. Women up here, they're very like, I don't need him to pay for my meal. Not all of them, but oh no, it's very, especially amongst my black female friends. It's even the Hispanic ones. They'll say, yeah, we went out, especially if they like them. They always, well, no, we went 50-50. What? What do you mean? This man invited you out somewhere and you paid money to eat with him? And they look at me sometimes like when I tell them what the men are paying for, they're like, well, how did you get him to do that? How did you not? like I don't understand it. But I think there's a direct correlation in the upbringing of Southern women or even foreign women, black women. All I had a homegirl from Ghana. She was a Brit, but her people were from Ghana, and we met on the job. And she said, "Oh, let me introduce you to my husband's cousin," and blah blah blah. She said, "You would really like Ghanaian men. She said they're really good charmers." That's what she used to say. They're charmers. And I said, what? She said, they'll buy you jewelry, blah, blah, blah. American black men, in my experience, they're not trying to buy nobody jewelry. Only if they,
Girl, look at him. Like you said in your experience.
in my experience, the ones who have spent on me, the ones who have, unless you, like, I'm talking about spent on me and I've not even done anything physical with them.
I
They
know.
have I would say 85% of them have been, they don't look like me. Let's just say that. Different upbringing.
Listen,
Most of them
I'm
Jewish.
not, hold on. I ain't trying to be funny, but I ain't never had that problem.
But you also from the South. The last, I said the last.
You could say, "Oh, I'm from the South," but most of them was from up top. I won't say most, but about half of them was from up top, right where you at.
Okay, well, hey, get it how you live, Shadisha. you,
I ain't being
you
funny.
knew.
I'm
I
just
said
saying
I had
I
to
ain't never
learn
had
this.
that problem.
I had to learn this as a grown
They
woman.
have to do. They know what they have to do. You know.
The last few black men who spent on me, like before we weren't even in no real relationship, they were all African. Now, African men, what I will say, they will they will spoil you. They will treat you right. He might have a whole nother family on the other side of the world, but
These
they
over
will.
here gonna have another family on you too. They just gonna be down the street instead of across the world. Uh-huh. You getting
In
the same man either way.
same name.
I mean, I'm only telling the truth.
You are, but it is funny. It is so funny.
I'm just being honest. Like I don't really get into all that because I've never had those problems. I don't. I feel like you have not because you ask not. If they ain't got no standards, and if they find out you ain't got none, they gonna treat you like you ain't
They're
got
gonna
none.
treat you like you don't have, and you're so right. You're so I told you about that old man I dated. He was old, okay. I met him. I was in my late 30s. He was in his late 60s. I told him within 4 months of us, no, 3 months. I told him I lost my job. So he said, "Don't worry, I'm crying and whatnot." And he said, "Just add all your bills together, and I'll help you." He said, but he did more than that. He was floating me for about a year, and then I got a job again, but I had got used to being treated well. So he said, well, no, that's what it was. Before he started paying bills, he started saying, well, I love that you're so independent. I said, I never said I was independent. I love that about you, is what he tried to like. I said, I don't know why I never said that. You saying I'm independent. Baby,
Yes, you
when I
did.
told him,
You
huh?
told him that. Yes, you did. You told him
No,
that.
I never told him that. I don't use that kind of
I'm
language.
telling you, you did. You
Huh?
didn't say the word, but you did.
Okay, well, I
You told
reversed
him
it
that.
on. I reversed it.
Yeah, you hit it now. You hit him with the Uno reverse, but you told him that.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was trying to use it as
You
a
did.
get out of
I'm telling.
my.
I wasn't even there. I know you did.
But I
Mm-mm.
never used that. But I need. Don't
You
even.
wasn't
I
asking
don't
him for
even.
nothing.
That's true. You know why?
And
With
she
him, I
Mm-mm.
didn't have to. On our second date, he
He
pulled out a
started telling
room.
you about you was independent because you wasn't.
No, but I didn't have to ask him nothing
But this
because
what
he
I'm
was
saying. You
smooth.
didn't ask.
You're right, but I started to, and when
It
when
don't
it's
matter.
time,
It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't
you
matter
gotta
what he
ask.
give you. You didn't ask him for nothing. You told him you was independent. Then you turn around and lied and told the man you ain't said it. You said it. He heard you. You see that? Yeah, that work.
Well, honey, I was amazed when I finally when he said, "Well, since you started back working, I don't have to do this." Blah blah blah. I said, "Wait a minute, who said that?" I said, I still need your help. It takes a while. And I said, I don't have money to do all this. But I was just lying. But basically, and I said, and you should want to take care of me. And he said, why is that? I said, you're much older. Like, New Yorkers. I was like, you're mad old. That's why. That's why. You want to be with me because I look like this. And I want to be with you, not for your good looks and your charm. But I didn't say that, but in not so many words, I said that. He said,
Mm-hmm.
he said, well, I always, took pride in the fact that you were independent. I said, I don't know why you thought that. We went back and
Because you
forth.
told him.
Exactly. But I said he was smooth. He was coming out with jewelry on our second and third date.
I understand that, but you messed up. I'm listening. You telling me what you did. I'm telling you where you went wrong.
I get it. I get it by my actions. I didn't have to say it to him. But
And
what?
but here's the thing, and this is the part, and I ain't gonna. I'm not gonna belabor the issue too much because we holding people too long. But how you start something is how people expect you to continue.
True.
Okay, so don't walk in the door acting like no Power Ranger.
Oh, I don't
You
do
ain't
that.
no superhero. Don't walk in the door like that.
I'm not.
Um, I don't. Not
Don't walk
anymore.
in the door because they gave you some gifts with the, oh, thank you. Oh my God, thank you, thank you. I need help.
Well, wait a minute now. He went back and forth with me for about an hour. And
Because you started with him one way.
but just to sum this up, by the end of the hour, I had browbeaten him so bad. He said it's always transactional between men and women. I said, well, if you knew that, then why you acting brand new? He continued
Because you started him wrong.
No,
You
but
started him wrong. That's why he was acting wrong on you.
But this was after a year of paying everything.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It's all in how you start a thing.
Got it.
You telling me you didn't catch it till you was grown and you still done missed part of the lesson. It's how you start a thing.
Well, I start
now
something.
He was willing to step up when you had something situational happen, but once the situation was over, he was trying to go back to the way you started.
Yes.
You started him like that.
You right. But I don't start that way
That's
no
why
more.
you had to, but listen, that's why you had to go back and forth for an hour. That's why you had to browbeat. God forbid I have to browbeat a man into anything. I could never condescend to that. I'm not going back and forth with you.
I learned after that. I learned.
Child, I'm not going back and forth with you. And I'm gonna tell you something else for the road, because we finna go in a little bit. This just for you, because you say your mama ain't tell you, so let me tell you. You ain't supposed to really have to ask for nothing. You're supposed to be able to make it clear that you need help. And the help supposed to be showing up. When you got to have conversations about your help, he need to hit the door. Because what is we talking about? What is we talking about?
I don't have these conversations anymore, but that's how I found out. Men play crazy. They play stupid, but they're not stupid. Because when he said it's always transactional between men and women, I said, why would you say that? Because I thought he was just saying it to like disparage me. He was like, it's always. I was married once. He was like, even with my ex-wife, everything with women comes with a dollar amount. And I said, oh, so he noticed, and y'all, they be trying to get away with anything they can get away with. So now I don't do that.
It's just like they're at the market. They're just like market women. They're gonna barter if you let them, and you allowed him to barter with you. That's unacceptable. I'm not bartering with you. I'm not selling tomatoes and onions. I ain't got none of that. I'm not bartering with you. For what? How come? It needs to be, there's supposed to be a tacit understanding. You do for me, and I do the things that you like for me to do. Even in marriage, that man supposed to protect you and provide for you and keep you comfortable. And in return, you do the things that you're supposed to do. Make sure his belly full. Maybe don't aggravate the piss out of him every day. Little stuff like that.
Don't aggravate.
There's an exchange in life. And a grown man shouldn't have to be talked through this. I'm not going to talk you through nothing. I'm not bartering with you. I'm not talking you through nothing. And the minute I got to try to explain something to you, the only thing I'm explaining is the directions out of my face. If you turn left and you go about 3 to 4 miles, you're going to land out of my face. I bet you.
No, you're very right. Because ever since then, I have started. You got to start it the way, just like with the whole thing with these housewives.
But that's what's going on with Mia right now. That's what's going on with Mia and G. G started one way with this girl.
And he ended another.
Then he couldn't keep up. And the thing, he couldn't keep up. And that's the thing. That's why when you get older, as old as he is, and you get settled, you're supposed to start in a way that you can keep it up. You don't start something you can't keep up.
Wow.
Because on that faithful day, whenever that day comes around, and you can't keep up, that person is liable to fly the coop. because they came in with an understanding that
Mhm.
I will do this for you and you will do this for me.
I don't think G
And you
thought.
can't expect nobody to remain with you. What men never think. And I don't
But I
pity him for
think
that.
he thought his money was going to end up funny like this. So that's what it was.
But that's the whole point. You never know. But when you walk in and all your game is in your pocket, you walking up to a woman with your pockets turned out. You need to understand that money is not infinite. Money is finite. So at your big age, you should have known that money is finite. When it run out and you can't keep up, this girl came in with an understanding that she was going to live a certain type of life in order to be playing with your old stringy nuts. You knew
Yeah.
you were going to keep doing that for when the money run low. You know she wasn't going to do that. Like, let's be honest.
Did you see his face when she had to remind him? She said, "And I was sending you money to just help feed you." He had his hand in his hands, like I was like, "Oh my god, this man is embarrassed."
Well, no, that wasn't embarrassment. That was him saying, "Thank you for reminding me. You know
Right.
that you throwing it in my face. That when my money got bad, you had to shoot me a couple dollars." Now, see, I'm gonna tell you, I feel like she making a tactical error. Now, I'm not
Yeah,
mad at her for leaving when the
come
money
at
got
her.
thin,
He could come at her
but I
for
feel like no, it ain't about that. You got to think deeper, baby. This is a money game. I think that she's making a tactical error because one, she got this check from this show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her real man is sitting there like, well, you got this check now, so that means you can quit playing with granddaddy's nuts and come back over here full time, right?
Mm.
So she's shooting off at the mouth. She talking slick. You know, she doing her thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's still trying to get his paperwork right with his people, right?
Mm-hmm.
She jumped, she jumped real slick. I'm gonna do separation and divorce, right? Once she divorced from him on paper, he liable to make up with his family and the money get right back right.
Mm-hmm. She.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
now, hold on. One or two of them children probably is his. One or two of them at least.
the little girl because she looked just like him.
Yeah, one. That's why I say one or two. I don't know. We, Mia was slanging her stuff, but got a child with him. Okay. If something happened and this show get canceled, you get demoted or you get fired, then you with the DJ. He ain't no Big Bank Hank.
Mm-mm.
You gonna want to be able to circle back around to granddaddy and collect. But with you insulting the man and doing it the way you doing it, when he said, "No, thank you," I'm sitting there like, G knows something. I feel like G done already heard something about this bread. That's why. That's why I picked up. And I'm looking at her like, Mia, you ain't smart, huh? You
No.
don't make a noise yet. You walk soft. My daddy used to say, you don't snatch your head out the lion's mouth. You ease it out.
Well, how long was she supposed to ease it out, Tanisha? Because it looked like they've been in money trouble for at least 2 years, right?
No, but see, this is what I'm saying. You could keep doing your thing. Gordon was telling her we could work something out, but she done jumped up and filed them papers trying to please the other dude.
Oh, that's
You
right.
get what I'm saying? If he willing to work something out, y'all could bicker behind closed doors, hide it from everybody, show everybody in the public the good face, and keep him on the cool till you see what's finna happen with the money. You don't jump that soon.
That's right. He did say that.
What if his family just took the money from him just because they didn't want her to have access to it because they wanted her to leave because they knew
But
she was.
but I think it's deeper. I think it's a matter of they knew if we move the money, this whole leave.
Right.
And what happened?
And she
They
left.
moved the money in the whole leave.
Now
See
he
ya? That's what I'm saying. She ain't thinking.
dummy. You said
See,
she
I be looking at it from every angle.
I
She ain't
see.
smart. She ain't smart at all. I'd have played that thing so cool.
How you would have played Denitra?
okay, baby. We can make that's what he said,
Cool.
right?
Wait. It's no for real, because I believe the family did not like her. So you're right. If they removed the money, they said we
They
know how
said
to
it
get
on
rid of
social
her.
media. They hate her.
Oh, they did. Oh, I didn't
Yes,
know.
girl. The nieces and all was on social media cussing her
What?
out. And
But he's in love with her. So you're right. She should have.
So that was strategic. But how was
he was willing to keep her.
Right.
He was willing to keep her and fight them in court.
fight them?
When in
Right.
reality, he could have got rid of her, and this money thing would have already been fixed, if you ask me.
Right.
True. But how was she supposed to play it if that's the case? Because his money could have got back right? But they would have had to pretend not to be together. No, you would have pretended?
No.
You've been off the cut? How'd you have worked?
I could tell you one thing. What I wouldn't have been doing would have been insulting that man, telling lies on him, throwing up in his face. I bought you some food. I sent money where you could buy some food. Oh, I'd have never did none of that. I'd have been so down by law. He'd have had a hard time not bragging on me.
See,
he'd have been like, "Oh, she true blue. She down. So would have been what? What?
And she could have done it with the money she's getting from this show. She could have floated it.
When I tell you, I'd have played that thing so slick and waited for that money to flow back in that man's account. And I'd have flowed back over there.
Night. I enjoy myself. I gotta be up at 6.
Girl, we all finna
go.
We done been on here 4 hours on this porch, but y'all know that's how it happened on the porch. Honey. We talked that stuff on the porch.
It was fun.
I'll tell you so I can hear the beginning, but I'm gonna definitely make sure I listen.
Okay, T.
Have a good night, ladies.
Good night, y'all.
All right.
Bye.
Night.
All right. So listen, y'all. We done laughed and clowned and cut up enough for the night, but I enjoyed y'all. This was fun. Y'all were fun in the chat. The ladies that called in were fun on this screen. We done had us a few laughs. Po G, Po Mia. Okay. Poor Deborah, poor Ashley, poor everybody. So y'all know next week is Easter, so we won't be here for then. But the week after, I believe, is when they're going to start the reunion. So we'll be back over here on that Sunday for that. That'll be the Sunday after Easter, okay? So in the meanwhile, y'all try to get some rest because it's that time of night. So I'm assuming that everybody will be heading to bed. I want to say good night, sweet dreams, say your prayers, all that good stuff. And y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. And Bet say, poor Ashley. Yep, poor Ashley, child. We don't know if she got a job. But listen, y'all enjoy the rest of your night. Please hit the like button on the way out if you didn't hit it on the way in. And hit your notification bell. Click all so you'll know every time we go live on this channel. Subscribe if you did not subscribe, because we're happy to have you here. And if you want to join channel membership, there's a join button beneath the video and a membership link in the description box. Also in the description box is the link for our merchandise store, so you can get your crown gear in our classic black and gold or our new emerald crown designs. And we got links for our Amazon storefront so we can shop together, and our my Amazon wish list in case you want to send me some snacks or pens or notebooks, because y'all know I write in a lot of notebooks. So, show a girl some notebook love, okay? But listen, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll talk to you soon. And remember, if no one else tells you, God loves you, I love you, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. Talk to you later. Bye.